student had to reschedule. So we're a little early, which is good because some thoughts I had to think about before, before I talked to Riku. And morning, Kitty. The hold on. Let's see if this is working. Good, it is. The I wanted to take a look again at like my favorite part of Music Box of Fate is this one moment. Let me get the note. Hey Caroline. Hey Shura. Hey Thespian. Hey Zonern. Hey Hazel. Hey Spot. Hey Beast. Hey Mastiff. Hey Ox Beef. Thanks again for your generosity, Beef and hey Rafik. Hey, the name is. Hey Captain. Hey, your Motown thing sounds real lovely. The thing you sent. Your your transition between registers has really come a long way since we first worked together. You really took what I said and ran with it, which makes me feel cool. Totally, totally unearned on my part. Like you did the work. I gave you like 2 notes and you just ran with it. But it makes me feel cool because I can take credit for your work, right? Some people, a lot of folks who've been grinding, singing for a very long time and get stuck. They explore so many peripheral things. You and Carl kind of fall into this, and I get folks like this every now and then. Singing forever and trying everything. You're good, Katie. The difference is that Captain's old school. Like I think Captain and I met each other like 5 years ago. That's the difference, Katie, right? Or is it like it hasn't even been 5 weeks? Yeah, yeah. It's different. More time, you know. Remember, I've been doing this for a while. Yeah, we're getting old. Oops. You're allowed to feel however you want to feel, but context matters. You know, it's this line right here. You came in pretty well off, Captain. There was a lot of things you were doing very well. It was really the transition into the low and low from high that gave you a hard time. And you've done a great job connecting those registers and making it a non-issue, but also while retaining the strengths that you came with, because that's always the risk. Um, nation. Anyway, these lyrics are dope, and this is pretty much like I want to get to this. So it wasn't breaks necessarily at Oxfed. It was like I wish we could find some of your old recordings, Captain. We'd probably have to dig for them. They're probably still on the server, but like Captain more took an approach to singing that was kind of like more of a soprano. Wonderful, light, ability to do runs, navigate a lot of stuff, and then just had problems being in the low and then getting back up. It's actually a common problem that sopranos have. So I worked with them, and we just worked on that. And yeah, like I said, like there was a lot going on that was good. already. Exploration is a big thing. Hey, Kenobi. Also, side note, y'all are hilarious. I saw what you did to Rosa. That's so funny. Um, it depends on the problem, whether or not it's hard to descend and stuff like that. So so Rosa was just in Discord playing piano, as she does that. She does that in Riku's Discord as well. Like they just hang and play piano. This time she was doing it in my Discord. Yeah, Leon, it was hilarious. Oh, I don't know, Matt. Don't ask me about technology. Yeah, I make janky scripts in Python. That's about it. Um, oh, I gotta change my live stream title. I think again. Um, but the um, hey, Crosses, welcome back home from work. Knowing me, user error. Yeah, relatable. The this these lyrics are stellar. I think and then I'm just curious as to there's some elements of this. It's so kind of radical. Let me get the note here from the original. Yeah, F sharp. I'm gonna bring it down. It's I'd go to hell and back again, heaven and earth I'd move, and then for you every single sin I'd repent. Like that's just glorious. That's really glorious. So that you get to play with the two eyes, right? So anytime there's repetition, you got to do something with it. Um, so I like to start soft on the eye, and then you get this like I'd go to hell and back again, heaven and earth I'd move, and then for you every single sin I'd repent. Like the way that the consonants also work, right? Um, heaven and earth I'd move, and then the the voiced consonants versus the fricative unvoiced with f, s, s, with for you every single sin I'd repent. So rhythmically, it's in big contrast. As long as we're not drowning me during the lesson. I need to find my water bottle. I forgot where I put it. Hey, Elena. Um, so I'm gonna ask him about that segment. Hey, Xavier. Yeah, y'all. I appreciate the support and stuff. Yeah, Shinsu. Listen, I lost a 7-string Schecter guitar. I'm a special kind of neurodivergent. Um, yeah, I found it. Eventually, I find things. I was just kind of like, hey, Bugs. No, it's not because the phone's right here and the water bottle ain't next to it. Nope. Friend is coming over today to help me with the desk. Um, that's right, Shinsu. It's totally on purpose. I want the quests. And I want the side quest experience. 7-string theory. Did I find my ID? So, I have a great diversion that I want to show you guys. Not yet. So it's somewhere, right? I don't like leave, so it's somewhere. Yeah. Yusan reacted to my thing with Virgil.
Sure.
My Virgil impressions. And they were very flattering in their praise. So, hey, Shadow. Yeah. I watched a little bit of it. Oh, and I need to, doesn't that mean I can't consistently make fun of her for it? Gotta clear out my, here. I'll let Riku know I'm available a little earlier than expected. So, did one of them not I thought I had another one here. Oh. Hey. Okay. So Riku will be here in about 10, and that was sent 4 minutes ago, so I have like 6 minutes for this. All right. I beat you.
Mm-hmm.
Then by default, I beat you. Agreed, Dante. I beat you. Agreed, Dante.
Hi.
Yeah, it's like there is like a level of Clint Eastwood, right? If Clint Eastwood were like tenor and nasal. I know what you're thinking. Did he fire 5 bullets or 6? Well, I got just one question for you. Do you feel lucky, punk? Well, do you? Right?
India and the generative AI, that's the problem. Exactly. Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the tool. Exactly. You get my point, you.
By default, I beat you. Agreed, Dante. So it took me, like, you know, this is the first time I've ever tried doing the impression. I was really practicing live. So I hope it's fine. Oh, yeah. You know, the virility of the tone comes from retracted false voice.
I love him so much, man.
And someone to keep an eye on you.
So kind.
I was practicing a little bit more last night.
Pests.
Yeah, so Pharaoh asked him to wear the
use it,
cowboy hat, but nobody expected he's gonna wearing that way.
You must be ready to die.
Useless pest.
Oh, smoking sexy style! Oh
What?
my god, I want him to say that. Smoking sexy style!
Okay, hold on. They must be ready. Oshi has a request. Smoking sexy style. Yeah. Been trying to work on that bite while keeping the grit. Die. Like when I did the smoking sexy style. Useless pests.
Yes!
They must
be ready to die.
Useless pests. I'm glad they're having a good time. And yeah, I told them they could use my stuff as a TTS. I can lay down like 15 minutes of Virgil once I get it done. Die. Like, when I did the useless pests, they must be ready to die. Like when I did the they must be ready to die. This one wouldn't. You're all like, that's it. Pitching it up. One question for you, punk. Like, look at how my jaw like just doesn't move. Like, not in a good way. Well, not in a good way in terms of efficiency for singing. Right? Oh, they saw Terrence. All right. 4T's the name because that's how much testosterone I have. Yeah. Terrence is the name. They really like being called useless. Well, I wear this fabulous outfit. I'll wait until I hear that from them. A legend. Where did you learn to count? All right. Yeah, so I need to be more posh.
He's really good at impression. Exactly.
Oh.
Hi, Prize. Everyone say hi to Prize.
Oh, hold on. We almost forgot. This would have been terrible. Stay down. Stay. I hope that's good. Is this a good thing?
Did I hear that right, chat? Did I hear that right? Did I hear that right? Did I hear that right? Did I hear that right?
Down. Oh,
Hold on.
That's a
We
good
almost
thing.
forgot. This would have been terrible.
Stay down.
This is a good thing, right? All right, it's a good thing. All right.
Sorry.
Stay down.
Oh, hold on. We almost forgot. This would have been terrible.
Stay down. Stay down.
How's that?
And also Dante.
Dante.
I gotta do the
Dante.
Yeah! Yeah!
You're not like okay.
That means we need Terrence. Dante. Stay down.
And
Stay
also,
down.
what else? What else? What else, guys? Can you also say didn't do? Didn't do nothing.
Didn't do nothing.
I'm done.
Do nothing.
Didn't do nothing.
Yeah? Satisfied? I think it's not bad. Just gotta channel Terrence. That's all.
Cinema. Cinema.
Whew.
Fucking cinema.
All right.
문초 cinema. Oh my god.
I was a little nervous.
My
Wait, what? What?
fucking cinema. 문초 cinema. Oh my god. My boner.
I think what they're saying, so I think they're trying to learn French, right? So, bonheur means good hour, right? I think that's what they're going with.
Man.
Because the Lesage is in the name says French, you know?
Bro, I can end the stream at this point. I can just finish the stream at this point. What the fuck? Yeah!
I'm glad I liked it.
Let
was
me
nervous
scale
about
back Yure.
Ooh. I gotta practice it more. If they want to do TTS, I'm gonna need to do like 15 minutes of audio to train a TTS, which I'll gladly do, but I want a little bit more practice for that. Yeah. Let me get set up real quick. With the last of the strength in my heart, I'd burn it all. Oh, hey, YouTube chat. Finally it populated. I was wondering what was happening. Hey, Rafik. Hey, Mesak. Hey, Dara. Leon. Mad Martha. Zane. Mencia. You guy. Wizardry. Crytek. Hello. Fallen Angel. Hey. Virgilius. Hey. Bold. Hello. God, I was really nervous. But oh, okay. I just wanted the audio clipper. Stay down. He's angrier than Terrence, though. So I can't just do Terrence. Stay down. I'm angsty. Stay down. Yeah. And that jaw tension has to come back. Stay down. I'm angsty. Oh yeah. What do you mean I can't have a slice of cake? I disagree with that sentiment entirely. Pitch of annoyance, yeah. Alright. Whew. Oh, well, we might do some Ellie Minibot as well today. We got a lot of lessons back to back. I'm gonna be a bit more tired today because I streamed on Sunday. Let me get something benign up. We'll do this. I'd go to hell and back again. Heaven and earth I'd move and then For you every single sin I'd repent. We'll do zoom. Window capture. So we're gonna put that up on the throne soon-ish. Well, that's right. Zoom doesn't allow for window capture. So I gotta do desktop capture. Dangerous. Oh well, here we are. Anyway. There's a voice actor in their chat. I believe it was first time. I mean it's first time with Virgil. But yeah. Hey, how you doing? I'm gonna have to chroma that. Just give me a second here. Oh, I can't hear you. Let me see what's up with that. Man, your model is really expressive. You went from smiling to I can't hear you, and then you frowned. I still can't hear you, but this is really funny. So, because you look great. Can't hear a lick of it. There we go. There we go.
How about now?
It's a little good. I'm bleeding
in.
in. Really expressive. You went from smiling.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
There we
1, 2,
go.
1,
There we
2.
go.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm still bleeding in. Somehow, some way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then you're panned all the way to the right, which I can fix.
What?
But yeah.
What is going on? Zoom. Be zooming. Hold on.
We can try Discord.
We can try
Discord. It tends to have latency. And messes up the recording a little bit, but whatever. We ball. We can just do Discord. It's okay. We can just do Discord.
Test 1. Wow, that's really strange. I don't know why it's doing that.
Computers are fun. Computers are fun and useful. I'll call you in Discord. Okay.
Let's try Discord. Sorry about this.
That's good. That's good. I need to stream without Scott. We're live.
Do you want to still keep the video up on Zoom and just audio through Discord, or do you want to do?
Let's do both on Discord. Just so I can safely record. No.
Okay, doke.
Sounds good.
Back in a bit.
It ain't a live stream without a little bit of jank. I'm gonna set him up a fancy background too. Let's do that.
Hello.
Hey, there we go. Get out there. Oop! Now your noise gate is kicking. Oh, we trade one problem for another. So the audio is kind of coming in and out and just kind of cutting. I'm not sure exactly why.
Is now? How about this?
It's like I get the first word and then it cuts off. Try noise cancellation and all that, John.
Yeah.
Saying John like everyone's from Philly over here. It's still cutting in and out. Sorry, this gives me time to set up a nice little background for you so I can chroma key out. But yeah, it's still not.
I can give myself background
Yeah, we're
I
getting
don't know
the start of every word, and then it cuts off.
that crazy. Go on.
Ooh, is it a
Oh,
latency thing? Because when you do the
I know it. I know what it is. My, um,
oh, you know what? It's actually slicing. Yeah. So when you do I get and like a time almost. That's kind of fun. You can turn this into like an improv, like beatboxing session. Oh, almost. Very close.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Oh yeah, there we
How-
go. There we go. That's the
Is
stuff.
that better now?
That is, yeah, that's the business. All right. Let me set you up
there
with
we
a
go.
fancy background. Get a little bougie.
I think I fixed it.
I think you
fixed
did.
it.
I think you did. I think
Yeah,
I can
let's
confirm.
go.
Let me
Okay.
do this.
How do I unflip? Am I flip? Hold on. No one can see me on stream yet, can they? They can hear me though,
They
right?
can now. I'm gonna do a little
Okay.
chroma key for you, so we can.
For
do
some
that.
reason, Discord like flips the camera, so my model is like back to front, and it's throwing me off.
There we go. Let's get equal in size, eye level. There we go. All right. So now you have a cool little Music Box Fate background.
Hey,
Yeah.
there's two of me on screen.
Yeah, fix that one. Yeah.
Hey. Oh, and
Yeah.
you've got me the right way around as well. Great.
Yeah, at your request.
Amazing.
So
I think it's working.
yeah, we got it. We figured it out.
Awesome.
I have one question for you, because I know you've talked about Music Box Fade. People might like it, by the way. They might be
You think?
a little bit. They might be a little.
No way.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm
You know,
glad.
I don't. I personally, I don't, because like I am cool. I didn't freak out about it a few times.
No, definitely not. Perfectly normal about it.
Perfectly normal, well-adjusted behavior. So, but I do have a burning question about one set of lyrics.
Okay.
And then we can move on, because you have a lot out there already talking about it. But in your lyric video, there was one moment I was hoping that you'd talk about, but I didn't see it. This is like my favorite. It's my favorite moment in the whole thing. I'm going to turn down my mic because I don't know if you know this. Opera singer's a little loud. But it's I'm nervous. I'm not nervous.
Don't be nervous. I'm nervous
cool.
too, if that makes you feel any better.
That does help me a little bit. Makes me feel like I have power. Even
I'm
though
nervous whenever I'm live streaming. For some reason, I find it far more nerve-wracking than getting on stage and singing in front of like 10,000 people.
Interesting.
Yeah. Being
wild.
live to like 50 people is like way scarier than being on stage
hilarious.
to thousands to me.
That's so funny. Yeah, that's so funny. I saw your Big Band Boom stuff. I'm a big fan of ska, by the way. Like, I grew up on that shit. So like,
nice.
Yeah. Hearing that stuff, I was like, man, this is great. I love hearing this.
I'm glad.
The line is I'd go to hell and back again, heaven and earth I'd move, and then for you every single sin I'd repent. Like, there's so much to do in that as a singer. It's so fun. The two eyes. Sorry if the thing clipped like crazy, but the two eyes.
No, it sounded great.
Thanks. I work out. I don't actually work out. That's not true. I'm beginning our friendship with lies and deceit. I apologize, Riku. The two eyes.
Yeah.
Right off the bat. That's really interesting. Why? Yeah. Hot potato, pop quiz.
So when writing a song like this, like Music Box of Fate, discussing the lyrics specifically, the song up until this point has been quite descriptive and metaphoric. This is something that we kind of call external language as opposed to internal language. So external language is kind of about the world around you, anything that's triggering your senses. What can you see, you feel, you smell? But it can also kind of be talking about things that are happening or things that have happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the song is from a place of quite external language up until this point. It's setting the scene, it's telling a story. And because this moment, like musically, in the progression of the song, when I was listening to the music over and over and over again to try and figure out what story the music itself was telling, this felt like the moment where this should be Mousie's declaration. Like, you know, we take all of the fancy poetry out of it, and now it's just say the thing that is on like Mousie's heart first and foremost, and just say it as directly as you possibly can, because that's often the most impactful way of doing something, especially if you've built up all of this metaphor and poetry beforehand, and now you're just getting to the point directly. And I think starting with that immediately puts you in this new place lyrically. It puts you like, now we are inside Mousie's thoughts and feelings, right?
Yeah.
It's also like a good vowel to sing. It's a big long note on its own.
Yeah.
It's very open and very easy to resonate and get a lot of power behind it, and it sounds really full.
It's also easy to float as well.
Yeah.
So it's
yeah.
hence why I love that it happens twice, because it leaves me room as an artist to play with that. You know.
Yeah, for sure. And also just in terms of how people speak as well, like when you hesitate and you say something twice, it kind of like gives this implication of like you're considering what you're saying. You're trying to find the right words. You're trying to find the right way to put it into words. It's like there's something on her heart. I'd go to hell and back again is what eventually comes out. So there's lots of layers to that to me as to why I might choose to do something like that. The reality of it is that like it felt good in the moment, and all of these things were probably going on in my head simultaneously.
So
but
you
like,
vibed it. You vibed it.
I think it was the first thing I wrote. I think it was the first lyric. Yeah.
Wow.
I started from there, and
so
I
you
think
started
I
with the
moved-
anvil drop.
Yeah, which I very often do.
That's glorious, actually. That is exactly what I do as well. Say it outright, and then go from there, because know what you want to say, and then you can get nuanced from there.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm really curious. I should have looked closer at your document. Did you put a comma in between the two? I'd? Or was it? Because like, there's something.
I can't remember how I formatted it. But I think if you were to write it down, you probably would. Or maybe an ellipsis or something like that.
Something like that. I'm curious. Like, I know Daryl studied a lot of Shakespeare. Did you?
Did I study a lot of Shakespeare?
Or any English writer that plays a lot with rhythm?
Yes. Actually, yes.
Yeah, it shows up a lot in your music.
One of my favorite lyricists of all time is Leonard Cohen.
Yeah, he ain't bad.
yeah,
Leonard Cohen, not bad. For those who don't know, Leonard Cohen's most popular probably for Hallelujah. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he can hang.
But yeah, for sure. I remember when I was at music college, there was on the bottom floor of the like apartments that I lived in, there was like this bookshelf that people just like left books on, and people could just sort of trade books and stuff. And one day there was a Leonard Cohen lyric book that was on there, and I was like, oh wow, that's cool. Songwriting was something that I was already super interested in, and was doing a lot of. I had been doing that for years. But I'd never really like properly given Leonard Cohen any time. But that book became like a Bible of mine for that all that time I was studying in college of just reading through his lyrics. And I didn't even listen to the songs a lot of the time because actually I don't like how his music sounds a lot of the time.
You know what's funny? Is the only version of Holly I listen to is usually Jeff Buckley. I feel like Leonard Cohen is kind of like Dolly Parton. You know? It's like I love Dolly Parton's music. Usually I like the covers better. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel the same way. I feel less that way about Leonard Cohen's stuff right at the end of his career. But the stuff that he's most famous for, I'm like, the writing is beautiful. It is stunning. But it's just not like it's a Bob Dylan situation as well. It's like musicianship level. If you're into the musicianship, there's not a lot there to really. There's not a lot of depth to go in. The depth is in the lyricism and the meaning and all of that kind of stuff.
This is one of the things I wanted to, at some point, I wanted to break down a little bit of my mental model about like the skill set of singing. Because like I get, I get a lot of like, Thunderdome, because the singers I tend to cover, Baji, Mariah, Beyonce, all that stuff. People want me to throw singers into a Thunderdome, as if it's like, put ball in
competition.
Hoop. Yeah. It's like there's a lot of, you can always, the beauty of it being not a sport and an art, you can have any goal you want. And there are very common goals: lyricism, musicianship, different kinds of musicianship. There are 4 elements of music: rhythm, melody, timbre, harmony, right? So like what are people good with? There's just so many different skills. And people can have any combination within that. And then you get people in the extremes like a Bob Dylan.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting for that reason alone. Anyway, that's just to get on my soapbox for that. Sorry, continue.
No, I agree. Yeah. And so that I guess I think my lyricism leveled up a lot from just reading poetry, essentially, and reading Leonard Cohen as if it was poetry. But the thing is, because Leonard Cohen inherently is like a songwriter as well, his poetry and his lyrics have rhythm in them.
Yeah.
They're very musical.
In the second half
I think.
So we get the I'd go to hell and back again, heaven and earth, I'd move and then. The way that the consonants work. This is another thing in your music. Your use of consonants seem deliberate. If you vibe it, I'm going to absolutely pull out my hair, Riku, because the level of vibing and how much it gets people, like how far it gets people and what they can do in this community. There's something in the water, and I'm going to get it out of you. What's going on in this anime VTuber space? People, there's a drug. I don't know what it is, but we'll get to that later. The consonants are really, like, you have voice consonants, like, and nasal continuance and all that stuff, and then you get to I can't have any other move again. For you, every single sin I'd repent. You get your fricatives with the and then the
sibilances.
Yeah. So like and so like sonically you get versus, so you get percussiveness, and then you get the rhythm change. So like it's not just rhythm; it's how you use the voice to achieve said rhythm and give it emphasis. It's really intelligent, and I'm not jealous. I'm secure in myself, Riku. I don't have a cat goddess writing my lyrics on my diss track. I could do it. I just don't want
to. I'm really glad that you picked up on all of that. That's really cool.
I have no chill.
No one else has really pointed that out before, but yeah. I do. I care a lot about things like internal rhyming and alliteration. I think all of it adds to the musicality of lyrics.
Yeah, it does.
And I think it's really important to do that. So I do intentionally do it a lot. There is a level of vibing just because
you have to.
I've done it so much that it is naturally something I just kind of like do when I'm writing lyrics. I kind of instinctively will be trying to find alliterations and internal rhymes and all that kind of stuff. But it is deliberate. It's a deliberate thing that I do because I love it so much.
It shows. And like it's kind of a meme with the channel to like shout and do all that stuff about people vibing, but like, you know, at a certain point, if you're going to really do something well, it's got to be as easy as tying your shoe. You know,
Mhm.
no one brings out a
Mhm.
diagram to tie a shoe, right? So
I might.
I might to start. I might in hindsight.
Whenever I have to do a tie, I still have to look it up on YouTube how to tie a tie.
That was funny. I was the only a-hole that actually got a real bow tie. Everyone else got clip-ons, right? For like,
I've
you know,
never done a real bow tie. It terrifies me.
I thought I would just like, oh, I'll just learn this. To this day, I have to look up YouTube tutorials. To this day. You'd think after 20 years I'd know how to tie a damn bow tie, but I don't. I still have to look up the damn tutorial. So
You'd
yeah.
think after wearing a tie for school for 7 years of my life, I'd be able to just tie a normal tie without thinking about it.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Apparently not.
Listen, hyperfocus is real. You know, we have priorities.
Yeah, there's only so much space in my brain for things, and I think music takes up a good like 85% of it. So there's not a lot of room for much else.
Relatable. All right. That was like the burning curiosity. So the segue here for me is that I tried to do a cover of one of the tunes that you wrote, I believe, for Rita. It's a bit presumptuous on my part. I don't know how often you get to choose to work with singers. You seem lucky to be in a decent spot professionally where you're calling a lot more shots than someone, you know, who's in a less established position, which I'm happy for you, by the way, well deserved.
Thank you.
Yeah, if that's the case, which I think it is. And the way that you wrote for Rita, like I listened to, this is why I always feel like I have to do deep dives on people, because like you can't, if someone who's like good, you can't peg them in 1 or 2 tracks, let alone 5. And man, I thought I had it. I thought I knew what you were going to do and what you were about. And then the next track I listened to is like, what? It's wild. You have such insane versatility. It's actually crazy. I can go from singing Mouse, is what you wrote for Mouse, and I'm like, this makes sense to me. This is not only operatic, it kind of like reminds me a lot of the pacing of Scansion and Shakespeare. Then I try to do this cover of a tune you did for Rita that I thought would make sense for me. I'm like, oh, this is just like so not for me because of the syllabic, like how many syllables that you fit in, which obviously Rita is extraordinary with. Like that's a real strength of hers. So how much do you think of that and what goes into that?
Well, I mean, for one, the stuff that I do with Rita, we are co-writers, we're collaborators when we write stuff now. We've been writing together for a good few years. When we first collaborated, I was brought on just to write the song entirely. So the first thing I did with her, I wrote all of it. And then over time, we kind of ended up in a much more equal kind of collaboration thing. So if you were listening to the songs that we did for Honkai Star Rail, for Koyoverse, like Rise Again and Liberame and Never Fall, like those songs, those were the top line writing was very much 50-50 split. Kind of, we would just send stuff backwards and forwards and the other person would fill in the blanks and that kind of thing. And Rita carried most of the lyric writing for those because she plays Honkai Star Rail religiously. So for my role as the half top liner, but for me it was the rest of the composition, the arrangement, the production, the mixing, mastering was the main focus of my time after kind of helping write the melodies.
You did the mixing on that too.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask you what the hell's in the water.
I guess as a bit of a introduction, I guess is probably a good time to just lay it all down for people who might not know me or in chat. I see a lot of familiar faces, so I'm pretty sure there's quite a lot of people here who in chat who know who I am. But so I'm a songwriter, music producer, composer, singer, instrumentalist, and educator as well. I'm a university lecturer in songwriting too.
That I didn't know. That's
Yeah.
good.
So
Teaching is something. The thing I hate the most is this idea that those who can do shouldn't teach, and it's like that's the opposite of the case. Renee
yeah,
Fleming,
agreed.
Pavarotti, they all gave
Mhm.
master classes. You have
Yeah.
to give back. Being able to do this
Yeah.
is an honor and a privilege. Not a lot of people get to
Yeah.
do music, and no one gets here by themselves. No one. I
Mhm.
think it's a responsibility to give back. So I'm happy to hear that. And we can talk about your
I
community stuff later, but I won't let you cook on your backstory. Sorry, I'm excited.
yeah.
I'm
No,
excited.
I agree. I my opinion is that I kind of think it's the duty
Yes,
of
agreed.
musicians in many ways to pass on their knowledge to the next generations. I was pretty much self-taught in music, so up until the age of like, well, completely self-taught instrumentalist. I started singing lessons at age like 16.
Mm,
Um, so up until that point, I'd been self-taught for about 7 years or so. But so I had different opinions, I guess, when I was younger about teaching. But as I grew up, I realized that there are teachers in my life who opened doors for me, who opened my eyes. Most importantly, opened my eyes to wider worlds and new possibilities, and to new loves, and falling deeply in love with just music in its broadest, most general sense, not just a genre or a style, and instead just loving music for everything that that encompasses. So,
yeah.
and I think music education is the best tool for that. So, yeah. But yeah, aside from, so I guess with all those things, what I mainly do, I write. Obviously, I write a lot of songs for VTubers, which ties into my J-pop writing.
Yeah.
I've had a couple of commercial J-pop songs which have been hits in Japan.
Platinum. I'm going to drop that for you.
Yeah,
Platinum credit
yeah,
artist.
We did have that one. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. Congrats.
Thank you. And as well as that, done a lot of stuff for video games. So obviously the collaborations with Honkai Star Rail. I did a bunch of songs on the soundtrack for a Hololive indie game called Chrono Gear Warden of Time. That was very well received. I did a song in collaboration with Borderlands 4 last year, which was cool. And then live performance stuff. I'm a lead singer, vocalist, lyricist, top liner for a band called Big Band of Boom, like you mentioned earlier,
Yeah.
which is more of a rock kind of harsh vocal kind of situation. And yeah, that's a most of what I do, I think. So
Undoubtedly you've forgotten something because you do everything.
yeah,
Yeah.
and essentially the role that I play in the production of a song is wildly different from project to project because I kind of enjoy fitting into whatever role is necessary
Yeah.
to make the project work.
Yeah.
And that's just how my brain works. If I was doing the same thing in music day in, day out, I would go crazy. Like I need to, one day I'm writing lyrics for someone, the next day I'm arranging an orchestra, the next day I'm producing an EDM record, like the next day I'm singing on stage with my band. Like that's what I need to keep myself sane. Essentially.
I can't tell if it's just the fact that I have ADHD or what's crazy is like so from the perspective of an opera singer, I have way more versatility than most because I was self-taught until I was 18. And that's when Marilyn got her hooks in me. And, I wasn't going to pass up free voice lessons 5 days a week. So my backstory was I met this teacher who was a retired San Francisco opera chorister.
Wow.
It's a nice gig.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny. She was like, yeah, they didn't pay enough. And I was like, well, what was it? Like $20 an hour? And she looked at me like, she's like, oh, it's like that for you.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was young and naive, but she brought me to, because it was community college and I just took a class cause I liked singing. And she brought me to a state college and I heard opera live for the first time. My dad always had it on. I never really
Mm,
thought anything of it. When I heard it live, I was like, oh, I get it. I want to do this.
yeah.
And she was like, well, if you're serious, I'll teach you for free 5 days a week, but you got to show up on time, and you got to help me around the house a little bit. I said, yeah, can I do 6? So yeah, so that's why I do all of this. She
Wow.
also asked me to pay it forward, and so she
Yeah.
probably just meant like 1 or 2 people. Oops, I have no chill. So like the last 8 years has been all this stuff, but at least online. But like, yeah, the before that, I was actually kind of on a trajectory more akin to Daryl, of all things. I wanted to compose for video game music. I played guitar. I was decent, actually.
Mm.
That hasn't atrophied at all. Yeah,
I know that feeling.
yeah. But the versatility for me, like I thought I was versatile. Then I meet people in this space. Boy, it's one thing to do a lot of different things. It's another thing to do a lot of different things at a certain level where you actually have a professional caliber. How did you why are you so good? Don't worry, I'll gas you up. You can be subtle, and then I'll do it. I'll tell you. It's kind of my bit. I'm the hype dude.
I think it's a mix of things. I think in the times in my life where it really mattered, I had a really dedicated hyper focus to the things that I was interested in.
Mhm.
So as a teenager, when I fell in love with music, it was, well, I guess as a kid, I fell in love with the Beatles. And I think that's where a lot of my values in pop songwriting were kind of built. And then as a teenager, it was like Green Day and pop punk and emo, because that's how old I am, and that's what was the thing at the time,
Same, by the way. We don't have to talk
Yeah.
about it. Luckily, I look like
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
12, so works out for me.
Yeah,
but,
I have a VTuber for a reason. But yeah, so like,
it's like swatting gray hairs.
you have no. There's a reason why there's white in my VTuber. Oh dear, I was like, well, at least I should make it accurate in some level, shouldn't I? But yeah, so the I guess when I was a teenager, then with all of that music, the emotion of the songwriting that was present in a lot of that music in the 2000s, like rock music, was what really resonated with me. And I really wanted to write music that impacted people in that way. And as I managed to get into one of the Royal Conservatoires in the UK on the music technology course. As a music producer, music technology, I fell in love with music technology in my late teens, do my A levels, which is like 16 to 18 years old, in the UK. And I went from having no production background whatsoever to getting the highest marks in the whole of my college.
Nice.
For the for the A level.
Hold on, wait, pause. This is where I got to do my bit. The highest marks in all of the college. Continue.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. That's why I'm here. I got pom-poms. You want me to crack those out? I don't actually have them, but I should. I should make the investment.
So, despite that, I got rejected on my first application to the university, mostly because I did an interview and they asked what music I liked. And this is a classical institution, bearing in mind. And I was like, yeah, I like Green Day. And they were like, we don't think you're right for here.
Wow.
So I asked if I could reapply and update my portfolio a little bit, because they had some critiques of my portfolio work too. And I was like, hey, if I can address those, would you hear me out one more time? Because maybe I just didn't do myself the best justice in the interview. And luckily, there was one guy who like decided to give me that extra chance, and then I got accepted.
Nice.
I don't know where my life would be if that hadn't have happened, because then being in that space where I was surrounded by classical music and jazz, but also on the music technology course, there were loads of guys who were into electronic music production. And there was also a folk music society,
Wow.
folk ensemble, which I joined and changed my life. And so throughout all of that, I basically was like, I was falling deeper in love with classical music. I already had an interest in it because the only music education that was available to me through school was classical music studying, because that's all that
Yeah.
music
That's what there is.
qualifications were
Yeah.
at school. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and also my stepdad is a really great classical guitar player, like as a hobby, but he's phenomenal. And so when I did want a little bit of guitar instruction, I would go to him, and kind of he would help me out with classical guitar technique too. So it obviously it deepened my love of classical music. But being surrounded by jazz, there was all of that. There was film music being played, of course. We were all into film music composition and video game composition too, like a lot of my friends and stuff. So I was really just surrounded in this perfect place to just absorb like everything. Um, and and all of those influences, like my love of folk music, I love traditional folk music, but also singer-songwriter folk music. I do a lot of that on my own as well. So, but then all the rock stuff and everything else. So yeah, I think the reason why I ended up getting good at all of those things is because I would go through very intense research, study, and application periods of focusing in on a thing that I really want to do well.
Relatable. Yeah.
And so for like 6 months or something, I would just be like, I'm just gonna just keep writing like folk songs, or I'm gonna write a bunch of like chiptune music, or I'm gonna make like a pop like banger. Um, Once I'd done a thing, I'd like move on to the next thing. And would just be adding strings to my bow. I guess normally what happens is that you kind of lose the things that you don't use as much.
Yeah.
But I think maybe because my music taste was so varied and I was constantly listening to different genres of music all the time as well, and my analytical brain was just getting better as I get older, I don't think I ever really lost much of that.
There's also a concept, and I use this when I teach a lot, audiation.
Yeah.
Oftentimes if you especially if you do a thing a lot and it's like it's in your body, if
Mhm.
you think, your body's like impulses like will move. So people who have I can't do it like with new students, but people who have like ingrained singing habits, I can often get them to like sing in your brain but don't sing, and then they'll be
Mhm.
like, oh, my body is doing that. And
Yeah.
that translates to like if I listen to a lot of guitar music, like my hands kind of come back quicker because I
Yeah.
remember the modes and I'm thinking about it a little bit in a way that's kind of channels
Yeah.
something a little bit deeper than the cognitive processing.
For me, audiation is how and why I think I'm able to be as prolific as I am, and to make stuff as quickly as I can as well. It's something that uh, during the pandemic, I decided to go and do a master's degree in songwriting,
Oh, hey.
distance learning. And I'd made a decision. I was like, I want to pursue my dream of being a professional songwriter. I'd been performing in bands, I've been teaching a lot, but I hadn't really been pursuing that. So
Mhm.
I did that, and then through that and some connections I made and all this kind of stuff, I ended up in this world of like music publishing and songwriting camps and Eurovision and commercial J-pop, and I was going to songwriting camps and writing all this stuff. And I was used to actually coming from a position being at like conservatoire where yes, I was a really good writer and I was a good producer, but often I was maybe the weakest musician in the room a lot of the time when I was playing with other people, like playing guitar or playing stuff, because I was with people who were doing this as their first study, you know?
Yeah.
So I was quite used to having to really like like pull my socks up and like try my best whenever I'm like performing or playing with other musicians, because I'm so aware of how much worse I was than them.
Yeah, the
And
level of
then
ability can get
yeah,
crazy in those
exactly.
institutions. It's wild.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when people are like focusing their time on just being a master of a single thing, it's like I
And they've
can't
done
really
it since
compete
they were
with.
3. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. I started late. My focus is split between a billion things, you know. So when I ended up in the room in pop songwriting camps, I quickly realized that actually I was now quite often the best musician in the room.
Yeah.
And my audiation skills were coming in clutch in getting stuff done fast. In that,
Did you do solfege training?
I didn't. No, I
So,
didn't.
wow, vibed audiation. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
Somehow,
well, and I mean, it
somehow.
makes sense. Like, even the solfege systems are like, a lot of it is just iteration, and
Mm.
like, you know, I do like solfege, but it is tremendous amounts of association.
Yeah,
When I did, I
I.
studied the Nadia Boulanger's method of, she used a
Uh,
lot of fixed dough and movable. I
yeah.
hated it at first because it wasn't a
Mhm.
catch-all, and I wanted a universal theory to commit my life to because I'm
Yeah.
not an intense person at all, but the naming of tendency tones is a really powerful thing. But I really loved what Nadia Boulanger did, which was you have these exercises. She would use the Vidal exercises, and you'd play piano, and you leave out a voice, and you sing the voice, and then you have an instructor be like, switch to tenor, do all that, and then you'd have to switch. And so even the formal work of solfege is just like getting your brain to hurt, and with
Mhm.
association of different things. So it is kind of a vibed way of training. It's so there's a lot of different ways to approach musicianship, even if it's just intervals and numbers. So it
Yeah,
does make
I
sense
think
that this worked.
that is kind of how it works in my brain. Like I
Mm.
do just think of in like intervals and numbers, and chords as well in the same way. So um, I can very quickly transcribe chord progressions by ear and
Nice.
melodies by ear. Oftentimes when I'm writing songs, I will write a good portion of the song in my head before I even touch an instrument, and I know what the chords are going to be because I can hear the chords in my head, and I know what chords they are going to be, in terms of their Roman numeral values, so their chord functions.
Yeah.
Um, so the fact that that can happen in my head, and then I can just very quickly then apply that to a MIDI keyboard or a guitar or whatever, speeds things up a lot. Um, singing harmonies is not something that I really ever have to work out. It's just
Mhm.
inbuilt into me to be able to sing in thirds and sixths and
I found it.
find chord
Yeah.
tones and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a real like secret weapon skill to have. It just comes from like doing so much music by ear, really, rather than like by reading or sight, because my my sight
Yeah.
reading is horrific.
Same. Yeah. I like to. I like working on it, but because I think it's a good exercise, if not just to maintain
Yeah.
the one's ability to audiate. But yeah, my sight reading. The head of the singing department at Temple when I was there had photographic memory and perfect pitch.
Whoa.
Yeah. Literally could just scroll like boop, 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 atonal score, walk up on stage and do it. Absolutely mad.
Da-
Anime level
Whoa.
abilities of like just like that's not real, but it is. Here's one thing though.
Wow.
I wanted to segue into this because the skill, right? This is the main conversation that people have is the skill set of musicianship and the skill set and the technique and all that. Here's what I really find interesting about you. And what I think is very useful about having versatility. You find opportunities to do good things for people and good things for community because you have so much versatility. You can identify where things are necessary. You have leadership skills, Riku. You do a lot of this community stuff, and obviously, you know, Saber, Rosa, Lightshard, absolute heroes in Giga Chats.
Mhm. Oh yeah,
But
they're the best.
they're so cool. My community bullied Rosa last night, in the best of ways. She was, just doing her thing on Discord and playing piano, and my chat thought it'd be funny because her Discord notifications were up, or OBS notifications were up, so they trolled her by doing a hype train on Twitch, just to trigger the notifications. She wasn't even streaming. It's funny. I have a community of gigantic nerds, and I love it. But
Love that.
you have a lot of ability to spot opportunity because of the versatility. I think it makes you really good in the space, allows you to work with a lot of different people. You don't have to do what you do for community, but you do. And as a result, it's led to some really special moments for a lot of people. I know your stance on education. Why that stance on community?
Wow.
Yeah, I'm hitting you with a heavy.
I've got a lot of answers to that.
We got time.
I think education and community are related very closely.
Yeah.
In that community is how we educate. And I think it is one of the greatest forms of education, is being surrounded by people who are aiming towards similar goals to you, because that is a big part of where we get our motivation from, I think, to be better, to grow. It's by looking at our peers and thinking, oh, wow, I want to do something that's going to impress my friend, you know?
Or have an avenue to be useful to people as well. There's another one.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And then collaboration as well, which is incredibly empowering, especially for people who have a limited but focused skill set. A lot of people who are like, I can't make entire things on my own.
Yeah.
But if I was part of something else, I could. And again, community is really important for that, because then you can find people who you can fit into a space with and you can work towards something together. And I find, especially in the modern day, with how kind of separated we are, I guess, in a lot of ways, socially, societally, it can be very difficult for a lot of people, I think, to try and put themselves out there and network actively. But there are a lot of very skilled people out there who would work really well in the team.
Yeah.
If someone could just help give them that little bit of confidence to join one. So there was that too. I think on a deeper level, and I'm talking, we're going to go back 80,000 years into human
It all started when I was 5.
No. I'm talking back okay, so here's an interesting thing. Did you know the part of our brain that processes music is older than the part of our brain that processes language?
Interesting.
This is a very recent discovery in brain science and human evolution. And it is something that potentially alludes to the fact that humans likely communicated through music or something related to music before we developed language. And music was a tool for communication before we had language, which makes sense. You look at the animal kingdom, you look at the most advanced communication skills that animals have. You have birdsong, you have dolphins, you have whales. How do they communicate? It's basically singing, you know? And it's rhythm, it's pitch, it's all of this kind of stuff. It's imitation.
Yeah.
So I really believe that music is fundamentally built into us as humans, even older than language is. Like, it is inbuilt within us, hard programmed into us, to be a way that we communicate with each other, that we experience community together. And I think the heart of music at its most powerful is community. Music isn't meant to be an isolated thing that we practice as a lone island that nobody hears or we do without anybody else. We should be playing music together. We should be making music together. We should be experiencing music together, whether that's in real spaces or online spaces or whatever that might be.
That's a beautiful idea.
Yeah,
Straight up. That is a beautiful
I think it's fundamentally the most important part of music to me.
Yeah.
I genuinely believe that. So, having said all of that, I've never fit very well into online spaces throughout my whole life. I've never felt like it's just been a very difficult thing for me to ever feel a part of.
Didn't vibe with the Call of Duty lobbies, really?
No, not really.
Crazy.
Not really. I've always been like a Nintendo gamer, so Nintendo Online has always been terrible and cursed. So, yeah. So like it's being welcomed into the VTubing space, and kind of being shot to the forefront of the VTubing space quite early on in the spike of English language VTubing in 2020, 2021. Was a shock to kind of see how, just how amazing this community was, how welcoming this community was, how open, how thoughtful, how loving and creative it was. And so it was when, after kind of doing a bunch of professional work and things, I'd written songs for a couple of VTubers from Hololive English. I'm sure you've heard of Hololive by this point.
Yeah.
And
ERB rated me. Luckily, I found out who she was before all that. Someone told me, I don't know if I can't find it because for whatever reason the chat replay got nuked. But like, I don't even know if I'm saying it right. Mari Calliope apparently was in my chat for a second. I don't know if that's true.
Oh wow!
Like, yeah, it's been like 50 days, if that.
We love Mari. Mari's the best.
I need to know. Anyway, sorry, continue. Yeah, it's been a wild ride.
Yeah. So I wrote some songs for a few members of the first generation of Hololive English, and one of the members of the second generation too. And in particular, two of those members were very instrumental in me starting on this journey. The reason all of this happened in my life was because I wrote a couple of fan songs for two of the members of Hololive English Myth, the first generation. I saw a tweet that said Hololive were looking for music producers to make songs for Hololive people, and I didn't have anything in my catalog, so I decided to write two like 1.5 minute long demo songs, one for Amelia Watson, the other one for Gogura. And those songs went semi-viral. Both Ame and Gura heard them. Eventually, Ame contacted me and asked me to work on some music with her. First a cover and then original songs. I went on to then write original songs for Gogura and a few other members of Hololive English too. It was about 1.5 years ago when Amelia Watson announced that she was leaving Hololive. She was graduating. And because my entire journey into the life that I have now began with her, I wanted to do something meaningful as a thank you. And also as a way of bringing the community together. For me, I'd seen how amazing this VTubing community was, and I think that's a very special and rare thing.
Yeah. Agreed.
On the internet. Anywhere,
but yeah, definitely on the internet.
And what was transpiring was, I think starting from around about that point, or that year into the next year, actually have been some of the hardest times in English VTubing that we've had so far. It was littered with major graduations of some of the biggest players in corporate VTubing who left their corporations to go independent through a lot of different situations. It was a rough time. There was obviously the collapse of VShojo. I don't know if you've heard about that or learned about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously that happened at the exact same time that Music Box of Fate came out, you know? So this was a rough period for a lot of people in the community. There were people being cancelled for doing some pretty questionable things. Like, it was rough.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to do some stuff that like picked people's morale up, you know, that like through some of these bad situations, like brought people together in a way that community only can. So I'd already written a song prior to this that I'd hoped maybe one day I would pitch it to Amelia Watson and Gorgura to sing together. Obviously, I now realize that wasn't going to happen. So I thought, well, let's just finish making this song. Let's get the community together to see if people will want to help make a music video. We have a deadline of a week from the announcement until the graduation. Can we do a project in a week? And what happened was this incredible team of about 80 people got together and did this beautiful music video. So many artists, animators, music video editors. There were people who helped out with the instrumental for me as well. Daryl, this was mine and Daryl's first proper collaboration together. Was Daryl did string arrangements and some instrumental arrangements for that song. It was called Under the Stars.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a really powerful thing. Fast forward about 6 months' time, and then Gorgura announced that she was also going to graduate. It was like a double whammy of the two most important VTubers in my career.
God, I can hear the sorrow in your voice.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a real complicated thing to feel.
Yeah.
So with that, we then had 2 weeks from when Gura announced her graduation to when she would graduate. I decided to get back together a bunch of the team who made Under the Stars, and we opened up our net even wider this time. We had well over 100 people on the project now, including a choir of people to sing the choruses. And we even got the 3 remaining members of Hololive English to feature on the song as to do a little guest vocal. As a goodbye and a thank you to Gorgura and everything she did. She is in many ways considered one of the goats. On the Mount Rushmore of English VTubing. She changed the game in so many ways, you know.
I've heard a lot. Yeah.
And she had a rough time as well, which is,
yeah,
I guess something that people don't give her a lot of credit for. And we wanted to just do something to say thank you and to acknowledge the hardships that she'd gone through too, I think.
Do you mind doing me a favor after all this? I'll probably remind you. You mind sending me all these earlier things?
Yeah, of course.
Thanks.
Of course. It is coming up to the 1-year anniversary of The World Outside this Wednesday. We're actually doing an anniversary stream for it. We're going to have a bunch of the team who made the song of it, Rosa, Saber, loads of others are all going to be on to really talk about the project and what it meant. But we've made like lifelong friendships. So many of us who worked on that project and both Under the Stars and The World Outside. We obviously all went on to make Music Box of Fate charity single as well, amongst many others too. And my Discord community started because after we all finished The World Outside, everybody involved in it was just like, well, we can't just all go our separate ways. Like we should be doing stuff and we are a community now. Like we are a community. And
thank God, like just real quick on the props, that you actually engage in your community. I have strong feelings on this. I'm not going to name any names, but I have strong feelings on the idea that, like, if you're going to start a Discord community, you better be in there.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And I guess people have social anxiety and stuff, but like you're really present. You, Daryl, Baji, like there's a lot of emphasis on community in this space.
Yeah. Because I truly believe, especially in those 2 years, which I now kind of always kind of see as like the dark ages of English VTubing, that I think we're out of the woods now. In those 2 years, like it really was a case of, I think we need this. I think we need these community things right now, because I think in many ways these are what is going to get us through the other side. And it's going to stop this community from falling apart. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that I am the reason. that
and
blah,
not
blah, blah.
no. It's
what
not.
I'm saying is that it's not just me, not just these
Of
projects,
course.
but I mean as a whole, community projects
I was actually
and
going to
doing things as a
ask you,
community. You know,
the so Baji's community came to me and asked me for help with a project that fell through the cracks last time they tried. I couldn't say no. I'm terrified of letting anybody down on this one. And especially means a lot to them. And now it's starting to mean a lot to me. There's a bit of an odd tension sometimes when if you got people that you're working with, in your case, you know, you lean heavy on Rosa and Saber and Lightshard because they want to work on this stuff, right? Because it's magical when like we're saying, right? So you guys work real close, and they've been helping me with this project, and just as like in the form of consultation, because they're doing the Odyssey thing. I don't want to eat up too much of their time. You could have killed that, right? You could have put the kibosh on that, and I wouldn't have known who did it, right?
yeah, but why would I do that?
I know. You're
A genuine question. Why would I do that? I don't see what I have to gain from doing that.
No one has anything to gain with that, but there's some behavior that happens in online communities, you know, in general, and that sort of a thing.
Yeah, that doesn't fly here. Not to me.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
That doesn't fly.
So, and not only that, you've been welcoming to me, like in a big way. We've chit chatted in DMs. You've had phenomenal feedback on a lot of different things that I've brought to you. You're a good dude in my book, and obviously, like this is actually the first time we're talking for real. But like, yeah, you walk the walk, man, and I respect that a lot. And so I hate to ask more of you, but I might need help with this Tom Baji thing, just in terms of questions as a source of information, particularly on music video stuff, because there's an animator who sent. We were just going to keep it real simple, and then this animator was like, "Oh, I was working on this thing," and I was like, "We got to use this. It's too good." So,
oh no, you're being scope crept by animators. Welcome to my pain.
Yeah.
I can't help you now, dude. It's
yeah. I gotta, for the project management, managing the scope and actually executing this.
Yeah.
I don't know enough. And it's not a book I can read that's going to make this work. So I might have some questions for you on that, on executing that. But
I mean, so my approach to this has been either there's two approaches that I've taken depending on the project. The one approach was like when we had Under the Stars and The World Outside, we had a very strict deadline. We needed the song to be done either like the day before the VTuber graduated who we were writing the song for.
Yeah.
We didn't want it to be done afterwards.
Yeah.
Because we were, we wanted that person to maybe be able to see it and experience it or react to it or whatever it might be. Like, not expecting any of these, but it was just a kind of thing of we want it to be out before the VTuber graduates. So when there's a strict deadline, the hard deadline, hard cutoff,
Yeah.
then you're able to be a lot more like cutthroat with scope, right? And you're able to be like, this is what we've laid out. We are not doing anything beyond this. Or we can be like, do whatever you want as long as you can get it done in like a week.
Yeah.
If you reckon you can get this done in a week, then do it. But you need to be able to get it done in a week. And if you can't, then we may have to find someone to last minute come and replace it with something else.
Mm-hmm.
Which did happen for a couple of things. There were a couple of artists who had to drop out because, you know, life stuff happens. And it's like, it's a massive ask to be like, hey, can you just do this like massive contribution to a project for us in a week is a crazy thing. So the other approach then is there's a song that the latest community project that I did with my server was a whole album of fan songs.
Really, dude?
Yeah, it was a whole album of fan songs.
Song with giant chorus, not enough. Fuck it, we ball. Let's do an album. Why not?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we did it for a birthday celebration of Oro Crony, who is of Hololive English as well, and I did it because I actually wanted to shine a light on all the different songwriters. From this point on, before this point, people had just been doing fan song projects of my own songs, and this time I wanted to shine a spotlight at all the really talented songwriters and producers who were also in my server who I knew could do really amazing work. One of the things that I wanted to promote this album with, to draw more attention to it, more eyes with, was also to get a bunch of animators involved to do an animated music video for my song, the track number 1 on the EP. If it's got a really cool music video, more eyes on the project, more eyes on the album, more streams to everyone else as well, was my thinking. We managed to get we might have made our own animation studio. We have about 30 to 40 animators. Making an entire music video just for the love of it. Like I
love the game. All right.
I can't pay an animation studio every
Yeah, no.
Like,
That's
come
just
on, man.
expensive. Yeah.
It's like this is tens of thousands of dollars worth of animation being made, if not like hundreds of thousands of dollars of animations being made. And from the I wanted ideally the music video to be done when the EP released, which was a couple of about almost 2 months ago now. And so I'd put some very kind of some stricter things in place of like, let's keep the scope within this level. Immediately the animators went absolutely nuts on the storyboarding and doing crazy stuff with it. And
do you know who Bluebow is? By the way,
Bluebow
animator.
I don't think I've worked. Don't think they've been involved in the project.
The reason I bring it up, this community has no fucking chill. I love it. Right? So Bluebow did the animation for Michi's Billie Eilish cover. It was just supposed to be a loop of a train passing by and Michi walking. And oh my God, did Bluebow go way beyond that scope. But it's like one of the best parts of the, music videos, that whole niche on YouTube is like, YouTube in general and content creation in general is very, very streamlined because it kind of has to be. There's a quantity element to things. And like that, this community has no chill when it makes no damn business sense, to be quite frank, to put this much love into things is wild. So yeah.
Someone also just pointed out your own animation studio on top of your own record label. Yeah, I did start a record label just for the sake of this project as well, just so I could actually release an album with multiple artists on, because DistroKid wouldn't let me.
I get it. It was too easy. You were, you weren't
I will
stressed
say-
enough. The white hairs were not coming in fast enough.
Yeah.
You needed to level up. I get it.
I will say that like this isn't my animation studio. This is a group of animators who have
Of
come
course.
together. They are functioning like a studio. They are being run by an incredible animator called Alex, spelled with 3 L's. Alex has done a bunch of very prominent animation work. I know them through the video game I did some music for, Chrono Gear Warden of Time. They were on the animation team for that.
Mhm.
They are leading the project and doing a phenomenal job. But the thing about having no chill, the animators went crazy on these storyboards. And I guess I had a decision of either I stomp on their dreams and say keep within the scope
Yeah.
to make sure it gets out on time, or we do something that isn't good marketing like practice and might not be the best for the release of the album or my song. But what it does do is gives all of these animators the opportunity to do the wildest thing they want to do. And to be able to have that as a thing that will be out there, public, that will be on my YouTube channel, that will hopefully, I think, get viewed by a fair amount of people. And they can use those clips as part of their portfolio to maybe hopefully get themselves more work, better work. That's kind of why we've done any of this, to be honest. As well as like, paying homage to people who we care about and doing things as a community. The big thing for me is like networking and like creating new creative partnerships, and not just for me but for others.
One might
Like,
say community building.
Yeah, and new professional and personal relationships that come from all of this, and people transitioning from being fan creators to professional creators, because that is the pipeline. That's the pipeline that I was on, that has built me to where I am now, and that's the pipeline of so many of us. I saw the other day you were reacting to, I think, Myth's Bad Ending, which was Daryl's
team of 3 people.
Scoring.
What in God's name?
Yeah, so Masamaro, just absolutely insane animator who's done an incredible cut for my upcoming animated music video project I was just talking about. So Daryl doing that music for Myth's Bad Ending and Masamaro just doing that animation anyway. Mazu, that was just a personal project.
Better than the entirety of season 2 of One Punch Man.
Real and true.
Yeah.
And like, there was no financial gain from that project for anyone involved, really. Especially not for the time that it took for everyone to make.
3 years, something like that?
It was a long
It was
project.
a while. Yeah.
It was a long project. But what it did produce is, Mazumaru is already a pro, but Mazu went on to do Ash Again by Gogura. I don't know if you've...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Phenomenal.
Did I just oust how I feel about that? Oh my God, it's so good. Yeah.
Phenomenal song. Just absolute masterpiece.
The music video.
It's in...
Chills.
And the music video, Mazu's music video is stunning, but the song itself, it's an easy top 5 YouTuber songs of all time for me. But Mazu getting those opportunities and going on to do those things because of Myth's Bad Ending, and Daryl as well. Really upping her personal profile with that project and having now a fully scored animation that she has in her portfolio.
Yeah.
And Daryl went on to score like Iron Mouse Unleashed and things like this. So, like there is a real pipeline between doing community projects, fan projects, to going on to being a professional, a full-time professional. That is the current landscape that we exist in. It's the current ecosystem of the internet within these niches that we're in. And it relies on gatekeepers to be open and create opportunities for these kind of things. There are a lot of people who will do stuff off their own back too, but there are a lot of talented people out there who don't maybe have the initiative or leadership skills to do stuff themselves, but that doesn't mean that they can't be full-time professionals. It just means that they need someone to believe in them and provide an opportunity. So I kind of believe that people who are leaders in the space have power to be able to do stuff like this. And the great thing for me is that, like, obviously, like, I think it's a great thing for my personal brand too, because, like,
Yeah, it makes business
look
sense.
at,
Yeah.
I mean,
To not be a
look at all
dick
these-
makes business sense. I agree. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Right?
Yeah.
Because if being a dick, like, immediately, like, okay, you might have short-term gain, but your long-term gain is horrific.
Yeah.
You will burn your bridges. No one will work with you. And you'll end up lonely on an island with no friends, no love, and probably no money.
We can hope that justice gets dished out. Yeah. Yeah. But, like, okay, so the
Daryl's
extreme.
here. Hi.
Oh. Hey,
Hi,
Daryl.
bestie.
Okay, so the extreme of that aside, right? The don't be a dick. Obviously, like, yeah, just don't do that for so many reasons. It should probably start with don't be a dick. But, you know, if that isn't enough for you, hey, it makes business sense to not be a dick. Putting that aside.
Yeah.
I was talking
Okay,
I wanted to go back to a point you made about creating things that have emotional impact for people in the long term. Something that feeds the soul and nourishes in the long term. I make a lot of jokes about being a React channel. They're easy to make. And also totally fair game. Rosa and I were talking last night, and she said, like, I've watched the whole genre on YouTube tank. Why is it your channel is growing? And it's been for years. I've taken the deliberate hit on the channel to make sure that when I watch something, I actually try to teach, knowing the watch graph go down. I was talking to people, I was like when I was reacting to the Daryl doing the orchestration thing and wanted to give birth to the not just an anime girl meme. And start screaming and yelling, and everyone's thinking it's funny in chat. I'm like, watch time going to go down, by the way, on this, because I'm not sitting on my ass watching a thing. Thank you for the 5 gifted, appreciate it. And I knew that, but I also knew that in doing that, it would be a positive thing for people and also for Daryl, who deserves the pom-poms and hype man, in my opinion. And that's objectively true. But
yeah, I think what you're doing here is it's exactly what we were just talking about and putting it into practice. You know, and you're right. There are short-term downsides to it in that kind of business sense. For me, like, the biggest uphill battle is, in many ways, people aren't here for me just yet. I feel people, but in my server in particular, I think maybe like 1 in 10 or maybe less, 1 in 20 people in my server are there because they actually like what I do, engage with the music I make and follow the things that I do. And everyone else is there because, like, if there's a cool project, they want to like do a cool project, especially if it's for their Oshi or something like that.
Yeah.
And a lot of the music I write is for other people and not necessarily my own releases too. And you know, the short-term downside of that, I think, is the fact that people don't necessarily engage with me for me as much as they might do for other people of similar or higher profiles as myself. And that's a tricky thing. It's a tricky thing, and it's something I'm still navigating, like, of what exactly to do about that, or what to do about that. Yeah. But the other side of that is the fact that, like, I am surrounded by lots of really lovely people a lot of the time, and people bring me on to projects because they've seen what I do and they know I do a good job, and hopefully I'm reliable and all of that kind of stuff, and hopefully easy to work with. And it's a slower growth, I think, in creating a personal brand.
But it lasts.
Yeah, but I hope what it does is the people who are here for me, I hope are kind of here because it means something, I guess. Like, because it really means something. Like, not because it's like a fun streamer makes me laugh, you know.
Yeah.
Which is fine. Like, I'm not dunking on that
No,
at all.
no.
I'm just saying that, like,
It's-
I hope that there's a deep connection with the people in my community who get involved in this stuff. And I think that is true, because this isn't a parasocial thing. Like, there are lots of people in my community now who are genuinely my friends. Like, not a parasocial, like, we're all my community and my friends, like, not like that. I just mean, like, genuinely, like, we've all
Yeah.
worked together so much now that, like, we can't not be friends.
Yeah.
you know.
Parasocial also
and-
doesn't have to be entirely derogatory. I definitely
No, no,
understand it could.
Of course not.
We
Of course not.
had a back and forth about discussing like the work versus the person. It's really tough because, like, you know, when people are into your content for you, the person, it's difficult to navigate that, especially as it scales. Like, it's like, how do I reciprocate this? I don't know what to do. Like, human beings are not made for that. At the same time, what I appreciate is that you are focused on the work, and letting that lead the charge. And the beauty of that, and I hope you don't mind, I'll say a little bit about what we discussed around. I showed you kind of what I was working on with Music Box of Faith, the duet stuff.
Yeah.
And it's tough. It's tough. Everybody that wrote the music that changed my life is dead. By the way, Mozart, I don't know if you know this. Been a minute since he's walked on Earth, right?
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I went so hard in the classical music scene. I have not felt like how about Puccini and Verdi and all that stuff. The way that, like, about almost anybody else, until Music Box of Fate hit me in my soul. And then to go on, because that would be one thing.
That's wild.
It means a lot to me, and we've discussed this. We don't have to, because then I'm going to do the thing where I cry. And listen, Riku, I'm very manly. Look at the jawline. Okay?
It's a great jawline, if I do say so.
I chiseled it myself, as a matter of fact.
I can tell.
Okay, ask me. No, it's weird. It's supposed to be self-deprecating. You're supposed to agree.
Well,
but-
I can't deny that jawline. It's on screen for everyone to see. It's factual.
You do have a master's degree, so
I do.
you are smart. You know?
Yeah.
So when you're right, listen, Riku, you're right.
I mean, you can't argue with facts.
Can't.
No.
And
you will find the quote that I just say will be cited in many, many academic publications from now on, as Lesage singing having the goated jawline.
I appreciate you extending the meme to that degree. You've outdone me. That's a hard thing to do, because I go crazy on my memes. But
I'm British. I can't help it.
You guys have absolutely no chill.
We really don't.
Yeah, no, there's no ounce of it. I tend to get along with British folks for that reason. But even though I got French in me, which, by the way, I swear to God, luckily this isn't on a Thursday. Every Thursday, it's compulsion. Okay, I got like a picket sign, several of them, that I wake up Thursday, I just grab it, and I'll find something to be mad about. It's just in the DNA, right? But I'll go protest the RER, and I don't even live. I live in like Nevada, for God's sakes. But the Music Box of Fate starts something for me. That by itself would have been extraordinary enough, right? Then I find Starlight Fantasia. Yeah.
It's an incredible body of work.
Daryl's pretty good. She writes high quality.
It's a
notes.
masterclass.
It is.
It's a masterclass.
Like brilliant music.
Yeah.
Then, like I've done, I don't often listen to music on my own. Like if I listen to music, I listen to it on stream because I want all of my attention and all of my senses focused.
Mm.
I've listened to your stuff in my own time.
Oh.
The versatility is inspiring. To go from the jazz tune, Method, right, is the name of it, that you did with Riku?
Yeah.
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 To Rise Again, to Big Bang Boom.
Yeah.
You know,
Again, this isn't a good business decision for me in many ways because, like, it's a lot easier when you're marketable because you fit in a box.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Yeah, the whole like Jack Black of opera bit is doing me favors right now. But also like it's a box. And how realistic is it to do this, to dedicate your life to a thing and voluntarily suffocate yourself artistically? I don't think that's good business. This is a weird space to be in terms of business, because if you don't have leading the charge of the business decision, your honest to God passion, you're going to lose. The reason why, and we discussed this earlier in the conversation, it is your passion, legitimate passion, that allowed you to focus on a level of detail and depth across many, many topics. That compulsion and love and positivity allows you to keep coming back to certain things. That's an unspeakable advantage. Not having that puts you behind. So if you're dishonest about that for the sake of a business decision, it's not going to work long term.
Yeah.
The brilliant thing about being versatile is that, and I think it is important to have, to a degree, versatility. You can have a focal point. This is another thing I respect about your music. And what I wanted to go back to, you laid down in this video where you broke down the lyrics of Music Box of Fate, a foundation of thinking about what the tune was about. I imagine you did that before you wrote down anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Daryl's music and your music, you make crazy decisions, one right after the other.
Yeah,
and yet,
yeah,
it's bombastic and damn near ludicrous, and yet it makes sense because you establish a focal point.
Yeah. Yes.
I feel like you've done that career-wise. You have a focal point. You're about something. You have principles.
Something. What is that thing? That's the thing, though.
You want to be of service to people. That's what the thing is. You give a shit about people. You said it yourself. You're the support class, right? You're literally a bard, dude. You're the support class.
Oh my god! Don't like psychoanalyze my VTuber persona now. This is what I do to people. No one's ever done it to me before.
My dad was a psychiatrist, so like he used to have me give me like case studies and stuff.
Oh my god, my mom's a therapist.
Yeah. And my dad was old school, so like, you know, medication when he was training wasn't as effective, so you had to do psychotherapy as part of the training. So yeah. You spent quite a lot of time on that. So yeah.
Well, yeah. But she my mom did psychotherapeutic counseling as well. Like it's wild, isn't it? How the influence of your parents, and it's so funny. My mom, as well as that, my mom was also a professional radio presenter, which now with me streaming feels very like
it's funny even when we resist it, you know.
Yeah,
like it
and then
comes
my dad was like a frontman of a punk band, and was a classical guitarist, and it's like and my
We're
aunt
built for
was
this.
all in amateur musical theater and all this kind of stuff. It's like I couldn't escape this.
Yeah.
This is
Trapped.
This is all it's all in my DNA.
Yeah.
Couldn't escape it, even if I tried, and I wouldn't want to.
Good.
But yeah, it's funny because that you mentioned that about me and being a bard, and it's a support class and all this kind of stuff. Because like this is what I do when I write songs for VTubers. It's something that I am currently. I'm about to start making some like long form content on YouTube and video essays and things like that. And the biggest one that is probably going to take a long time to make, won't be the first one out for sure. But it's essentially my thesis on VTuber music is essentially what it's going to be. And it all hinges on this idea that is central to all of my songwriting in VTubing, which is the idea that the online avatars and personas that we choose for ourselves reflect some deeper psychological meaning, condition, history, whatever it might be, about a person. We don't choose our avatars from nothing. We don't choose our lore from nothing. It all means something. And so when you're writing songs for VTubers, why I love it is because it is such a challenge for me. It is like, there's so much depth in it, because you end up, if you do it in this kind of methodology that I do, you will end up writing a song that, one, reflects the surface level, which is the VTuber's lore or flavor. What are they a dinosaur, or are they a whatever, like the universe incarnate, whatever it might be, some crazy thing, a dog, it could be anything. And then what does that person's real life journey speak to that character? Where are the parallels? Where does their real life intersect with the fictional? Where does the fiction and the non-fiction intertwine?
Yeah.
Where's that gray space in between? That's what I want to explore. And then from that, you can build songs that a person can listen to on many different levels. And the other layer to that is then like just finding a way of making a song that also exists on its own if you don't know any of that stuff.
Yeah.
If you don't know this person's backstory, if you don't know this person's character, can you listen to the song and it also just stands alone and speaks to something universally human that anybody from anywhere in the world can identify with and project themselves into also. That's what I do. And I think it's the most interesting thing about VTubers. It is what for VTubing music specifically, and it is what keeps me going in this space, because it will never get old and it will never get boring, because there will be always some VTuber with a wild backstory and a wild piece of lore with a wild idea for a song, or no idea for a song, and we'll be able to make something that is like lightning in a bottle and you completely unique and has so many layers of depth to it that like people on repeat listens can listen to and find new things.
Yeah.
That has been my approach from the very beginning of writing, from the first fan songs that I did for Ame and Gura, all the way through to Music Box of Fate and everything else that we've done since. So that's what excites me, and that's what I care about, and that's the magic of VTuber music, I think.
It puts it into words for me, because that actually is really useful for me, because I've been trying to put my finger on, I thought I was done singing. I thought I had nothing left to say. And so I thought I was just going to teach. And that was it. Someone pulled me aside and was like, you should keep reacting to stuff outside the VTubers. You don't want to be pigeonholed. I'm like, I'm actually completely fine with it. I'm completely fine. I dedicated like a lunatic to opera. I have no chill. And I left that. But I left it because I love the music. I have a hard time relating to a lot of the people. And it's not, I'm not trying to, okay, there's snobbery and there's classism, yes. And I wish that could be removed from opera. It is intrinsic. But let's not for a second think that, that's a really broad brushstroke. And I met some really amazing, kind people. In fact, at some point, I got to get you and Steve together. Steve Carino is a professor at Temple and was my roommate, my first roommate in Temple when I studied there. And you said you were rejected at first and a professor gave you a chance. Steve's music is brilliant. The dude does crab cannons for fun. I don't know do you know what crab cannons are?
No, please explain.
The melody is the same forwards as it is backwards and still follows all principles of counterpoint in depending on the species. Just casually. He was doing that in his junior year for fun. He helped adjunct professors with their crab cannons when we studied together. Luckily, I was able to go to France to study on scholarship because tenors, just everyone needs them. So I had a lot of doors open to me that, were easier for me to open than for someone like Steve. But Steve was rejected from the composition program at Temple. And he took on a bullshit major he didn't care about. And we were roommates, and we were in the music dorm every day, counterpoint and everything. I remember catching him once. He was upset. He was looking at his old music. He said, does anyone see anything in this? And he played it for me because I couldn't read music that well at the time. And it was a tenor aria. And I said, this shit's dope. When we do good work, and we can, in that case, it's like, one-on-one, I could say to Steve what he needed to hear, and it came from an honest place. Yeah. So I'm really happy to bring Steve on. I'm thrilled to show him Music Box of Fate, and he'll love it. I know he will. And I'll make him. Don't worry about it. I don't know how to talk to Steve. Got to put him in his place. No.
We need to turn Music Box of Fate into a crab cannon, and then they'll be all on board with it.
No. He's not just technical too. He's got a real big love for particularly vocal music. His choral pieces are phenomenal. At one point, I don't know when it'll make sense, but I'll put you two in touch whenever it makes sense. You're busy, he's busy, we're all busy, but at some point it'd be an interesting thing. But the point I'm trying to make here, I thought I was done with singing. You and Daryl, and now it just keeps growing. There's something in the water here. And I think you put your finger on it. People's injection of depth and themselves in damn near everything they do in this space. And then people collaborating and mixing that together create some crazy level of depth. The reason why I had compulsively, this is not weird. Don't worry about it. I'm not weird. I'm a normal guy. The reason I had to talk to you and Daryl, inseparable. The work that the lyrics from the piece, inseparable. I can't Music Box of Faith just by itself. Yeah, it's this meshing of depth, and the way that you find you specifically, but also the community, the way that one finds this meshing and interleaving of all of that depth creates something truly intoxicating and inspiring. And so I'm singing again for people. I'm training again. And the amount of stories that I hear about, and this is not just your work now, but the amount of stories I hear that, like, the amount of people that are above ground because of the work that VTubers are doing, it's a hell of a space to be in. Knowing that the work from a monetary point of view makes no sense in the short term, or that nobody cares, or they care enough to make it work anyway, just enough. And they lead with that principled approach of trying to make the world better through what it is that they do. And they add every ounce of themselves by having this psychology attached to their persona and their work. It's profound.
I think so.
Yeah.
I believe that with all my heart. Yeah.
Thank you for your part in that. The whole thing. I got to prepare for a student in 5 minutes. So we gotta call it. But you're a pleasure to talk to.
I think it's a really, really good note to end on. So yeah. Thank you so much for having me. It was masterfully done. Thank you so much for having me. This was really, really great. Really fun. And yeah, I look forward to us maybe doing something together sometime too. I think that would be really cool.
That's coming.
That's coming.
I definitely the Baji thing for me. I got to be all in on that because I don't want to mess that up. Once that's done, and that's done in September. And like I said before, it could be the case depending on how the vocalese that Daryl's writing is received. I might be able to justify and swing lyrics for that.
I'm here if you need me.
Thanks, and I do sincerely appreciate that. And I know that when you say that, it's not just being nice. Also, because you've made yourself available to me, which is extremely kind. So thank you for that.
Thank you for having me. And yeah, I guess before I go, is it okay if I do a quick plug for the stream on Wednesday?
That is exactly why I tried to leave a few minutes left. Yeah.
Thank you so much. It is our 1 year anniversary of the World Outside stream on Wednesday on my YouTube. You guys will probably know Rosa and Chris pretty well by now. We're going to have a whole bunch of the World Outside team on. We're going to be reminiscing on the project, talking about, I guess, not just what the project means, but what Gura means to us too, meant to us, what she still means in her current incarnation. And I will also be announcing a couple of community projects that are going to be released soon and giving some teasers for stuff. So if you want to see the latest cool things that we've been working on in Riku's Wonderland server, you can tune in for that too. So yeah.
And you should join that server anyway, because marvelous community, marvelous people. You make a regular appearance. There's always cool stuff going on in your Discord server. It's a real fun place to be. Yeah.
Thanks. Those guys are silly. They keep drawing me either as Kermit the Frog or pregnant or both.
Okay.
I encourage.
I was going to not show you this stuff because it's like, it's totally cursed. I'm going to send this to you. People have been making cursed, they've been making fun of me because I've been so fucking emotional. So they've been doing cursed memes.
This is how you know they love you, I think. I think this is how communities show they love.
I got to show you the cursed.
I think this is how artists in communities show their love at the very least.
I despise that this is how I'm ending it after I wrapped it up with such a meaningful, like, nice little bow.
I know, but I'm here and I ruin everything.
It's, that's why we're here. We're here for the memes. That's the MO. Let me get this. This is the most terrible thing. I literally, as this was tagged, I was tagged in this. I was like, please, dear God, don't show this to Riku. So of course I showed it to Daryl, because I don't have any restraint, and it's funny, but it is awful. Which is why I'm going to share it with you.
Great. I can't wait. You're going to show us?
Oh. Yeah, there's so many memes. People have been crazy. People made 2 straight up VTube models for me. It's wild.
No way.
Yeah. I have a Chibi Lesage for, want to talk about psychology of like me getting hype and going crazy like a giant child. And then someone made Terrence the Tenor of Terror, which is my character with the whenever I do like the bit about the jawline and all that crazy shit where I like go full tenor. It's that. Here it is. This is actually tame relative. Let me put this on screen.
I'm gonna have to wait for it to catch up.
Yeah.
Hold on my side. There's gonna
This
be a
is-
bit of a
Yeah,
delay before I see it. I think
the drama, the drama,
the drama,
the
the
suspense,
tension.
the
The spe-
suspense.
Ah!
And on that note, I gotta go.
Oh,
Hope you sleep well at night. I know you're not going to.
who doxed me? Who managed to get a photo of what I really look like? Were we twins? Were we
Yeah.
separated at birth?
Yeah, apparently. Yeah. Oh, that's awful.
Oh,
All right.
I mean, the worst part of it is the fact that you now have the weakest jawline of all the because you have my jawline instead of yours.
Oh, they made one for Bajru. In fact, that's actually a whole third model, if you can believe that. It's crazy. They're making like a Bajru did a joke cosplay of me, and so we're taking that joke too far. But anyway,
Oh wow.
yeah, I gotta bounce for the student. But
Right.
anytime, man, anytime you are welcome. I make this offer to only a handful of folks. If I'm live and I'm not teaching, you're welcome to poke me and be like, hey, I want to come on and talk about something. And that's a real offer, okay? That's not bullshit.
Thank you, man. I
Absolutely.
really appreciate that.
Absolutely. All right.
Have a great rest of your stream and your teaching, and I hope your dog is okay.
It's someone at the door, so I got to get that too. Yeah. I'll see you, man.
Have a good one.
All
Bye
right.
bye.
All right. I gotta let me join this room real quick and get the student on. Then I gotta get with this students. Okay. Hold on. Hey, can you hear me? Okay. Hey, if you can hear me, okay, I gotta get the door real quick. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'll be right back. I'm coming. All right. Okay. Sorry for the wait.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay. I feel kind of bad for stopping you from talking.
Say that again?
I feel kind of bad that you had to stop with talking with Riku because.
So no, everything I do
Yeah.
is to pay it forward to the opportunities that I was given.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So that, like,
Thanks.
that's why I do this. That's not bullshit. So
Yeah.
no, I'm here for you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Right.
So, I
Let-
have two songs. I know how you start. Like,
Can you do me a favor? You're a little quiet. Mind turning it up a little bit?
even more. Okay. Let's look at here. Some
There you go.
bad audio might be, but I think
It's
it's
a
fine,
little bit
right?
Turn you up a little bit
Okay.
on my end, okay? So why
Yeah.
don't you sing a little something?
Yeah, I have Ed Sheeran, I See Fire, and I have Music Box of Fate. What would you choose?
Feels appropriate to do Music Box of Fate.
Ooh, okay. It starts very low. I mean, very high. I do it very low, but I don't know. It's weird with the octaves at the start. But
Okay.
let's start.
You want to do Ed Sheeran? That's fine too.
No. I like Music Box of Fate.
Yeah, it's not bad.
You don't need backing audio and stuff, right? It's
No,
purely music.
doesn't help me
Yeah,
actually.
okay. Yeah.
So you're a little something.
Endless night, through every nightmare alone and afraid. Round the wood play, the music box of fate. Then one day, when every melody had been played, through your voice. Oops, sorry.
You're good. You're good. So we can
yeah,
just work with this. Okay.
Yeah.
Your back is like a little flared. Do you
Yeah.
spend for your day job? You spend time like at a chair at a desk all day?
Yep.
Okay. You've been singing for a little bit.
Yes, I had lessons, like 8 of them, but
Okay.
they stopped a while
Sure.
ago,
But you
and I'm kind of nervous now.
That's all right. I always say this. First of all, let's get this out of the way. If you're here to do everything perfectly,
Yeah.
I'd send you packing, right? Because then you wouldn't need me, and then you'd be,
Yeah.
then someone else would benefit. Right? So, like, we're here because you want to work on the thing. So it doesn't have to be perfect.
Yeah.
The other element is this, is that's actually a good thing. Because, like, we get nervous when we perform.
Mhm.
In fact, if you don't, that is the sign that things are about to go terribly.
Yeah.
Every major mistake I've ever had in my career, I was
I-
totally confident.
Yeah. I performed at karaoke's at New Record a few times, and it's like it was a way to try myself nervous. So 120, 150 people listening kind of
Yeah,
puts you on the spot. Yeah.
yeah. So it's good practice. That's where I'm here to help. Okay. So because you have some experience, and because there's some stuff that's going well, I'm gonna try a couple of shorthands
Mhm.
on getting things working. But I want you to understand a little bit of the foundation of why we're gonna do this. Okay.
Mhm.
So, oftentimes when we sit in our chair, a desk job, we're sitting down like this, right? Long hours, our hips don't move that much. We might tuck our feet under the chair, whatever. We might lean forward, especially if we're nearsighted, put our hands out in front of us, all this,
Yeah.
right? So we have all this going on. So what do we do? Right? Now that looks fine until I stop putting my body weight forward, right? So you got a lot of that going on. It does make sense that most people who come to me, who hear about me from like VTubing space and stuff, that this is the problem that they have and that they work at a desk job all day, right? So luckily for you, the backlog of lessons on the second channel, there's a lot of people who have this problem. And there's a lot of different exercises. One I like is getting people to move. Okay. Let me get through the all the problems that can happen. I'm gonna decapitate Bob here.
No.
I know. This poor sod. You know?
He still has teeth. Yeah.
All right. This right here by itself is the bane of a lot of people's existence. Okay? It is tied to the scapula. It's called the omohyoid. Okay? So if you want to ascend, the larynx has to be able to raise, and the hyoid bone is on top of the larynx, right? And there's all this connective stuff going on. So this muscle dragging down this bone is going to sabotage your ability to ascend, as well as some other things. It's going to dome your soft palate when you don't want it. Not in this tune. You want to set, it's too difficult. You want all the ergonomics in the world helping you out for this tune. So, because that muscle, the omohyoid, is tied to the scapula, your shoulder blade, because your back is splayed like that, shoulder blades are going down and back. Okay? That's not enough to fix, right? Because now we have to ask the question, what else can be bringing your shoulder blades down and back? Okay. Any number of these. Right? This is my problem, is the serratus. This can tighten, and then it goes down and back. Right? Your lats, your traps, all of it. Okay? So this is a big deal that we have to fix. So we're going to start with some movement, because you can do this for me.
Yeah.
Go ahead and just do this with your arm.
Yeah, I'm doing.
As you're doing this, try to flex your bicep.
Yeah.
Having a hard time, aren't you?
I don't know. It's like it's kind of hard to.
You can't flex it that easily when you move. Right? So we're going to use that idea. Okay? I want you to we're going to work real slowly on this. I want you to start tilting your head to the side. Before I do this, do you have are you sitting?
Yeah, I'm sitting.
Okay, that's fine. Do you have any physical limitations I should know about?
No, nothing.
Okay. Your head is 15 pounds, okay? You tilt it to one direction, just this. Right? Eventually, you're going to have to stop yourself from falling. When that happens, I want you to curve your head last minute in the opposite direction, okay?
Okay.
But like, it's got to be to where the movement of your head, and this is going to take you a little bit of time to play around with. The movement of your head alone should be able to stop you from falling. If you got to contract other business and bobs, your timing's a little off. Okay? What's eventually going to happen is that your hips are going to move as well. So we need to do this, okay? Everything should move in relationship to the head.
Okay.
Right? How's that working out?
Yeah, it's interesting. It kind of relaxes my back muscles that I felt like.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Do that for a little bit. I'm going to switch it up on you, okay?
I feel like I have some weird understanding of my muscles in my body, and I feel like physically it doesn't make much sense to me that
It doesn't have to yet.
Yeah.
Okay? Because it's been like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't worry about, I told you the intellectual concept, okay? It's not going to translate for you in terms of awareness. That's a never-ending process and journey. It doesn't end. Because, like, there's knowledge of your own body. And that's not an intellect. It's a sort of intellect, but it's not the traditional, like, I'm going to uncontract my serratus, right? How do you know your serratus is contracted? How did you know your bicep was contracted? Right?
Proprioception, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Kinesthetic awareness. It is not an intellectual exercise. You have to do it. So, don't just pay attention to the body. Don't like question it. Listen. Right?
Yeah.
Listen to what's going on to your body. Okay? Once you start getting that motion with your head and it's smooth and it's not jerky, let me know. I imagine it's going to take a few minutes, not going to lie.
I mean, the movement of the head or the body.
Movement of the head.
Yeah.
But if everything's loose and moving, everything else does move.
Yeah.
Right? So the crown of the head should be dictating the movement. And just the momentum of that should follow.
I started slouching and I didn't even realize it.
That's okay. We're going to actually work on that.
Yeah. Okay.
If you slouch to make it work, there's a reason, and I'm going to work with that reason.
Okay.
So the first thing that's going to happen is your shoulders are going to kind of release a little bit, and because that's pulling you back, you're going to slouch. That's on purpose. I have a plan.
Okay.
All right. Now, it's cozy, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Said it with a question mark.
I didn't quite catch it.
Is you feeling the motion is easy and not jerky?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Now it's better.
Here's what I want you to do next. Lift one side of your hip up like that. And same thing,
Like a
let yourself fall. So let me get a different angle on the camera real quick. And I'll show you. Actually, no. We'll do this with description. Place your hand on the top of your leg. It's like right here. Okay.
Yeah.
Lift the bone that you're feeling of your hip into your hand. Okay? Right? You're going to tip a certain way, right?
Yeah.
So it's the same exercise. Tip, and then move the hip the other way. And then move the hip the other way. Okay? Do that. Now, as you're doing this, make sure you're breathing into your lower back.
Where am I breathing right now?
What's that?
I'm not sure where I'm breathing right now.
Take the back of your hand,
Yeah.
place it on your lower back, okay? You can do this thing you're doing. And as you do this, try to breathe into your lower back.
Okay. My chair is making sounds that it shouldn't supposed to make sounds.
So, the way you can do that, focus on moving the tailbone. Okay? You know what the tailbone is?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Use that small motion. All right.
Okay.
All right. Let me know when it's nice and easy.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to understand.
So what you're doing is you're moving your back muscles by doing this.
Yeah. Yeah, I contract my sides, right?
Yeah, they'll contract. Yeah,
Yeah.
to move. And then you move in the other direction and they let go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of stretching.
Yep,
Okay.
a little bit.
Wouldn't normal stretching like work for that?
It would, but you wouldn't learn control. Right? So what are you going to do? Stop singing when you run into a problem and hold on, everybody. Hold on. I got to do a stretch right now. Right?
Well, if you're dancing and singing, maybe I don't do that at all. So yeah.
It's not about, it's so eventually, like now, if I take a moment, let me show you. I know I have tension in my traps and serratus as well as my psoas right now. I'm aware of that. I can name the muscles, I can visualize them, and I can let them go a little bit on purpose. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I'm singing and I'm running into problems, I can self-correct on the fly. How do you think I got there? You think I started with that? No.
Yeah.
Right?
Makes sense.
So you gotta be able to move it and use it. So
Yeah.
go ahead and do these motions.
Move my chair a little bit. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Good. I hear you committing to the motions, finally. Now sing.
Okay. Where is it?
While in the motion.
While in the motion. Okay.
Yes, while you're moving. You don't have command yet of your body to be like, I'm going to let go of this muscle now. So we are using movement so that your muscles let go. But I need you to associate what that means to your singing. Otherwise, all of this is pointless.
Okay. I also had some habits from my previous teacher. I'm used to singing like on low air, so I breathe out most of my air. But I'm used
Okay.
to talk with a lot of air, so
Whatever your plan is and whatever your conception of singing is,
yeah.
doesn't matter. Okay?
Okay.
We have to, the reason I'm putting you into this motion is so that you're going to find out once you commit to the motion what that does to your singing. That's the first thing. We got to build this vocabulary, this kinesthetic vocabulary.
Okay.
Never sing the same way twice, ever, because the body's too complicated. You're going to wake up the next morning and your plan for singing will go to shit every time. The whole point of a warm-up is actually just to figure out what the problems of the day are. Okay?
Makes sense, yeah.
But you can't. You need a toolkit to problem solve. So I communicated what your problem is and what I'm hearing. I've given you a solution.
Okay.
You don't know why it's a solution yet until you sing, and I work with you. Okay.
Okay.
So do the motion. And by the way, no, there is no such thing as an effective singing exercise that looks cool or is not fundamentally ridiculous.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Yeah. So commit to the motion. It's weird. I get it.
Okay.
It makes sense logically.
Okay.
There's a reason.
Should I start now?
Yeah. Once you feel like by just moving your tailbone, everything else is moving in response,
Okay.
and that it's easy, then start singing.
Endless nights. I don't know, it's weird.
I know it's weird.
Through every nightmare alone and afraid. Where love conquered hate. Now hate consumes again.
Okay. So
Wait, what did I sing? Okay, that's weird.
hold on. No. So it's weird, but let's point out the cause and effect. You have a much lower resonance going on now than you did before. Then you go up and you're like, ah. But also, part of that has to do with the fact that you're pitched over.
Yeah.
Make sure your knees are soft for me, okay?
Yeah.
Let's get a little bit less ridiculous with the motion. As long as things are moving, we're fine. Okay?
Okay.
Make sure your knees are soft. They're moving. Okay?
Okay. Okay.
When that feels cozy, go ahead and sing.
And I'm not sure how high should I start. And
I think it starts on E. Endless night through every nightmare alone. Afraid.
Okay. Endless nights through every nightmare alone and afraid. Around they will play the music box a fade.
Okay. Hold up here.
A lot of things happening. I'm getting lost.
Yeah, good. I'm trying to do that to you. Because you're coming in with a plan. And if you had a mental model of singing and an understanding of singing that led to perfection, I wouldn't touch it, right? Are you a perfect singer?
No.
Okay. Neither am I, by the way. So we have to learn some shit. We have to learn the shit about the body. Right? So you're confused and you don't know what's going on. But in the process of all of this, I'm going to teach you. That's my job, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So here's what's happening. Your back muscles are moving. So that's one problem that's been solved. Stop moving now and go ahead and sing again. You want the note again?
Yeah.
So go ahead and stop moving. Endless night.
Endless nights through every nightmare alone and afraid.
Okay. Now move.
Endless nights through every nightmare alone and afraid.
All right. Got a little bit of chest tension going on, right? And put your hand here.
Yeah.
And breathe into that. Make sure it's moving. Okay?
It doesn't move much. I mean,
Yeah, just move a little bit.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and do the movement again. This time a little bit more gently. Again, just make sure that things are moving.
Yeah.
Pay attention to your chest. When you feel like you can successfully kind of like pay attention to the movement as well as your chest, breathing it out, making sure it's moving, then go ahead and sing again. Okay?
Endless nights.
Hold on.
Yep.
Endless night.
Endless nights. Through every nightmare alone and afraid. Around they would play. The music box of fate.
Which one felt easier?
I'm not sure. Easier in what?
Which one felt
In
better to
relation to
sing?
Yeah. Last one, I suppose.
If it's got to be a question, or if it's like, if it's an I suppose, then the answer is I don't know. That's okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'll tell you a little bit. Sound is a bit more resonant when things move. Okay? So let's do it again without the movement, and let's get to the point in the song where it goes up. Okay? So, endless night.
Endless nights, through every nightmare alone and afraid. Around they would play the music box of fate. Kind of feel it now. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and move again.
Then one day, when every melody had been played, through your voice,
Stop.
my what? Yep.
You know where this is going, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna go high.
Well, how does it feel is my question. Do you think all the notes are going to come out comfortably? You don't know, go for it.
No.
Yeah, the answer is no.
Yeah, because it's gonna go high. I'm not sure how I will pass to that.
It's all right. Let's add the movement. Start again. Endless night.
Endless nights, through every nightmare alone and afraid.
Soften your knees. Soften your
You feel
knees.
that? Okay.
Yeah.
Endless night, through every nightmare alone and afraid. Around they would play the music box of fate. Then one day, when every melody had been played.
You're good. No, you know exactly. You know it's not going to go well, and it won't.
It's just I don't know if I should step down and like sing through your voice, my world was.
We're not gonna make musical adjustments for technical problems we're working on in this lesson.
Makes sense. Yeah.
The answer would be sure. But not while I'm here and we're working on technical stuff.
Okay.
Because at least you know, right, as you're doing it. Sorry, car alarm. At least you know as you're doing it that it's like, but which one felt better? Can you tell the difference yet?
A bit, yeah. I noticed earlier that my back is kind of getting restricted. I don't know.
Here's what's happening now. Lower back is a little bit better. Right?
Yeah.
Your neck is and your traps are still really tight. Okay? So now we're going to do a stretch. Now we'll do a stretch.
Okay.
Are you in a rolling chair by chance? Like one that has wheels?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's what I want you to do. And you don't have like hypermobility, right?
No.
Okay. Let me get the second camera up here so I can show you what I'm about.
We had a practice where we took a broom and tried to squeeze it between my hands. It's a bit weird, yeah.
That is weird. That might like stretch out one thing and contract another.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
it's an odd
shoulders
one.
in front of you.
Sorry, I always forget this thing has to be turned on. That tends to help. I'm going to describe it to you while this thing's booting up. Your feet have to give like yourself a lot of support. Okay.
Mhm.
So your feet have to be like you got to have a V in terms of your leg shape, enough distance so that your feet are going to support you as you go down through your legs. I'm going to show you what I mean. Okay. You're going to use the fact that the weight of your head is like a nice 15 pounds. All right. And that we're going to use breath to stretch. It's kind of like a nice like life hack. So let me get this camera up. Oopsies. This is a setup and a half. I can't wait till the standing desk comes.
Is
Oh,
it-
it is here, but I have to set it up. But,
Ah, okay.
yeah. There we go. Ignore my mess of a room and/or keyboard when I change the camera, please.
Yep.
No, you can judge me. It's okay. It's worth judging. All right.
Yeah, seen worse. Been worse.
So, all right. Let's see that I have a V shape here. That feet are extended out. Just so that when I go down, my butt is nice and on the seat so I don't like, fall. Right?
Yeah.
Just by going down, I don't have to hold my legs a certain way. I don't have to hold my knees. I don't have to do anything. Just the orientation of my legs are gonna like keep me safe. If you have to tighten your legs to keep you from falling off the chair, adjust how your weight is distributed, okay? Between your seat and your 2 feet. But you're going to put your head down in between your legs. Okay?
Yeah.
As you do this, breathe both into the lower back and also your traps and neck. Make sure that that's expanding and moving as you breathe into it, okay?
Okay. But my legs kind of stop me
Yeah.
getting more. It's correct, right? Yeah.
Yeah. The legs should kind of like
Make some pressure. Yeah.
if your larger leg muscles are contracting, try to adjust to find the easiest position to be in that takes the least effort.
Yeah. I feel the stretch.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just breathe into that. Okay. What's happening, and this is again really common, and this set of exercises, it ends up being something that happens a lot on this channel because of how most people who come on this channel use their body day to day. Your jaw is tight. But your jaw is tight. If I tell you to loosen your jaw, your head's just going to go back. because your neck is tight. Your jaw is tight because your neck is tight, because your traps are tight, because your lower back is tight. You know what I'm saying?
I'm so tense. Okay.
Yeah. This is good for you then. So, breathe
Oh.
into,
You froze for a second. Okay, it's fine.
breathe into your lower back, and make sure that when you breathe in your lower back, that everything is expanding all the way to your neck. And your hips are going to move a little bit as well, I'm not going to lie. Okay?
Yeah, there is a little bit, actually.
Yeah. Breathe into it real nice. You can put your hands on your jaw and kind of massage your jaw a little bit.
Yeah, my jaw is a bit weird. I have like clicking when I yawn and stuff, and I have been doing like this movement around my jaw, so it's weird.
The muscle's more my concern.
Yeah.
So the clicking is going to come from the joints. We're not going to do anything crazy. It's just the muscles on the side, like right above where the jaw kind of changes direction towards the ears. There's a muscle in between your teeth.
It actually reduces clicking. Like,
it reduces
right
clicking.
now,
Okay,
fine.
that's good.
Yeah. It is actually like jaw problem. I had my orthodontist like explain me.
So this is helping?
Deal with that. Yeah.
I knew it would. I'm good like that. That's not true. I had no idea, but I'm glad it's helping.
Yeah.
All right. Good. Now, while you're holding out the stretch and you're massaging your jaw, go ahead and sing. I'll give you a note. Endless night.
Endless night.
Hold on here.
Yeah.
Because you're in this position, your exhale is going to be like weird for you. You're going to want to be a little bit more gentle than you usually would with your exhale, okay? Just a little bit, not too much. I'll explain why.
Wait, I should go down? What should I?
When you're in the stretch, sing.
Then my microphone is not going to be there.
I'll hear it.
Oh, okay. I can point it down a little bit.
That'll help too.
This is weird. Okay.
Yeah, it is weird. No good singing exercise is like cool looking.
Endless nights through every endless nights.
Your chest is tight again. Go ahead and put your hand in your chest and breathe.
I'm kinda I pushed off the ground for some reason. Okay. Endless nights through every nightmare alone and afraid. Round the play, the music box a fade. Then one day, when every melody had been played.
Stop for a second.
Yeah.
Let your arms dangle.
They're a bit too long for that.
Okay. Here, go ahead and sit up. I'll change it up, okay? Okay.
Yep.
So now we're going to get into the specifics of the different back muscles, all right? How was the jaw feeling, and how was the chest feeling, and all that lower back stuff? Feeling a little bit better?
Yeah, back is much better.
Right.
Being stretched out like that.
So now you have this other muscle here. This is now your problem. This muscle's tight. Okay?
How is that?
So we're going to do a
What is
stretch.
that?
This is the serratus.
Okay.
Right? So remember how I said that all this, just this, if this is down, you're going to have a hard time. Remember? Scapula? Remember why I said that?
Because it tensions the something.
Omohyoid.
Yeah, that's
Yeah?
the name. Yeah.
So, congrats.
Wrong one.
we've gotten a lot of this out of the way, and a lot of the lower back, and now it's not affecting your neck, but this muscle is now still pulling on it, okay? So we've done a lot of stretches that bring you forward and moving side to side, but we haven't targeted the muscles that like hold your arm in place, right? So you kind of got this going on. So hold on to your elbows here, like this, over your head,
Yeah.
and just go from one side to the other like this. Do you feel these muscles right here? A little bit?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah. So those are tight. So we gotta release those, okay?
Actually, you know, after exercising, you can move it different ways. You know, how deep you're going, what part of my body I'm stretching, and like you, it does other things. It's kind of weird, interesting. Okay. Yeah, it does stretch the muscle that you're showing.
Okay. I'm gonna give you the starting note. As you're doing the stretch, try to keep all that nice, relaxed jaw, all the muscles that we just stretched out. Okay.
Yeah.
Endless night.
Endless night.
Chest. That's a little tight.
Oh.
So almost a little inevitable because you're raising your arms
Yeah.
a little bit,
I'm trying to.
right?
Yeah, I
But
need
you can kind of loosen them up a little bit. But let's acknowledge the fact that they're going to be a little tight and a little contracted. They don't have to be as much as they are right now, though.
Let's focus on the sides. Yeah.
Yeah.
Endless nights, through every nightmare alone and afraid. Round the wood play.
Make sure your stomach is moving.
Yeah. The music box a fade.
You feel the difference there?
Yeah. Then one day, when every melody had been played. Yeah, I should
Right.
start from the beginning, I guess.
Yeah. But it's easier, yeah?
Yeah, it's interesting to feel it while you're singing.
Yeah. But that's what will teach you what's going on. Give me 1 second. My dog is being a lunatic and trying to scrape the door down. Let me just let him in.
Show the dog.
I was gone for like 2 seconds. God, you're needy. Okay, yeah. All right. I closed the door for 20 minutes, It's terrifying for him.
Dog
Right.
alert.
What's that?
Dog alert.
Yeah.
It's just nothing.
So, all right. That's one part of the equation. Okay. So the reason I did all of this will affect your breath and it will affect a lot of other things. But a big fundamental part of vowels, or a big, I'm going to put you down. You got to get down. Let's. All right. Okay. So that's one part of singing is breath and all that. The other part is like vowels. Okay. Hodgepodge has a really good video on this. It's academic because he's an academic. But if you're interested in like why this is important, there's a video on my channel called like Pro Vocal Expert, I think, because he didn't want to give away his field. It was Pro Vocal Expert, like criticizing my video, whatever. But the point is that when we have different vowels, the TLDR is that it makes singing a lot easier. So right now, here's what you're doing. Endless night, through every nightmare alone and afraid. Right?
Yeah.
Here's what we need to do. Endless night, through every nightmare alone and afraid. Right? Ignore the vibrato at the end there. Have it. So we need to change your vowels. That's going to make your life easier, okay?
Yeah.
So to do that, right now you're kind of used to being pulled down. So your tongue is kind of going like a little back. Now, if I had told you to move your tongue forward, you would have done so despite a lot of crap pulling down your tongue. Okay? So, because that omohyoid that I pointed out, that thing that's pulling your larynx down, guess what else it pulls down? It pulls down your tongue. So I told you to like all of this, well, beyond just helping with the breath, okay? And there was some nasality and stuff like that. That's gone. Well, the jaw tension's better off. Now we got to work on vowels. Right? So, play with moving your tongue and jaw around and see what sounds you can get. See how there's like more resonance coming in?
At what point?
I could tell you, but I'm not going to be around during your practice sessions. We got to find it.
Try it again,
Yeah. Well, hold on. Back tension's creeping back in, okay? So here's what we're going to do. You're going to go back into that stretch, one where you're going forward in front of the chair, and then you're going to do this thing, okay? Because again, if your back is tight, this exercise is not going to help you with the vowel stuff, okay?
Okay. Let's go down again. Isn't this kind of... Oh, oops. What's the word for it? Like the badgie pose?
Not quite.
Like,
There's a difference. But let's do this. I'll answer that question after we do a little bit, okay?
Okay.
And do all that on chest. Make sure your chest is not tight, okay? Be a bit more gentle with the exhale, because in this position, you kind of need to. Right. So it's not just your chest. It's like the top of your chest right here. Right? You can think of the chest there's more to it, but for our purposes, pec major, pec minor, and this thing that has way too long of a name. Okay? It's right below the collarbone. That's tight for you, okay?
Okay.
Put your hand there. Go ahead and breathe into it.
Down or not? Okay.
Right below the collarbone. Make sure that can move. Okay. Stomach is tight. Yeah. Let's go back to the movement a little bit. We're going to use that as like a shortcut to try and get everything moving, okay? Massage your jaw.
Yeah, it's like trying to pat your tummy and...
Here's what we're doing.
Yeah.
We did all this work to release a lot of back tension. Okay? Now it's kind of back, no pun intended. So as I'm telling you to go like, your neck is cranked back like this. So like you're like you're doing all this kind of weird stuff just to get it out. So instead of sticking the tongue outside of your mouth, okay? And try to be aware of your back as best you can. The movement will help. The stretch will help. Okay. Nice. Feel that difference? Yeah. Jaw. Jaw's a little tight. Keep doing what you're doing. But your jaw's not as tight.
It's kind of okay. Let me move my headset a little bit.
Mhm. Do you feel how there's something that's happening that's kind of coming in and out? Do you feel that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like resonance, like how far I'm moving my jaw, maybe? You mean that?
There's so many things that move. I'm not going to be able to give you an answer and point out every single thing in like the next 5 minutes.
Yeah.
What's more important is, can you feel the difference? Can you feel when you have resonance?
Yeah.
You can. Comes in.
You mean like at which point relating to my tongue, right?
The sound that, like the way that you're experiencing the sound.
Yeah.
Maybe let's change the vowel. So or ah. Move your back. Stomach. Yeah, you know how to do an ah vowel, right? You've said cat before in your life, right? So don't think about it too much, okay? Ah. Right. Play around with your tongue.
This point feel like most powerful. I don't know.
Yeah. So some of it's going into your nose, but that's what it was happening at the start before we stretched out your back. So you had a question, why don't I just stretch? This is why. You have a habit. You hold yourself up a certain way, hours upon hours a day. Stretch all you want. You're going to get back into that position, okay?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how much you stretch. That's what you're used to using your body as. So the movement stuff, not optional, right? Because usage matters just as much as how tight something is. So.
Okay, let me wrap my head around. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Let me demonstrate, because we don't have a lot of time left.
Yeah.
I'm going to demonstrate what this work. Ideally, like we get to a point where you experience what the consequences of this work are. Right? I don't think we're going to get there in the next like 5 minutes. Because like I've given you a lot, and I've explained to you the problems, like what's happening, how to solve them, and I'm telling you, don't worry, bruh. It's going to work out if you just do the things. Let me demonstrate it so you can actually hear what this is, all right? Endless night, through every nightmare, alone and afraid. Round it would play the music box of faith, and one day when every melody had been played, through your voice my world was found. That's what was going to happen, right? That's I'm a higher voice than you, so it sounds a little different. But that's how you started today's lesson. Okay? Here's what we're going for. This is without all of my extra operatic nonsense. This is just what we were trying to do. So. Endless night, through every nightmare, alone and afraid. Round it would play the music box of fate. Then one day, when every melody had been played, through your voice my world was found. There's no vibrato in that, because I didn't tell you about that and how that works. But you would have been able to get to your high note, right? Then we can add all the vibrato and all that stuff, and we can get found, right?
Yeah.
I I can teach you how to do that, but not if the other stuff isn't working.
I can attempt that. It's like I'm singing to myself, so it's like no embarrassment. But right now,
Sure.
it's like, you know,
But it's, again, it's like we got to be able to do this under nerves, right?
yeah,
Because that's life. Like, yeah, a lot of people are really good in the shower. Doesn't do much of anything for other people. So,
yeah,
and the thing is if you have control over your body, you can undo a lot of these problems. Okay? But you have to know what they are.
yeah.
Okay? So, just what I've given you today will get you to the point where you'll be able to navigate that transition. Okay? So what do we go over?
The back, the
Okay.
tongue.
Why? Why did we stretch out the back?
Because like the breath that I take, something about the breath.
That does have something to do with it, yeah.
Yeah.
But what was the muscle that's pulling down the larynx?
The side.
Not quite.
The under the collarbone, you mean the or
All of those do matter, and all those were points of tension. But on a basic principle, this thing
this one, yeah.
is
Wrong.
this
Wrong.
thing right here, the femohyoid, is attached to the scapula. Anything of any of these larger muscles pulling down on the scapula will affect your tongue. Your tongue is what makes vowels. Vowels are what allow you to have resonance. Resonance is what will allow you to have a lot of vocal freedom. Okay?
It's kind of weird, like the vowels, endless night. It's like,
Okay, but here's how you're achieving that. That's not gonna work.
yeah, and I know that's the wrong way, but endless nights.
Let me show you how I get a chonky sound that projects over an orchestra. Okay? Let me show you how I do it. Building block by building block. Start with the most obnoxiously bright vowel humanly possible. And I'm going to track my false hold. And listen. It's all bright as shit. Look at my tongue. And listen I through every nightmare alone and afraid. Right? People who want to cosplay opera, who never want to learn it, not the real shit, and listen, that's what they'll do. That's not going to project over an orchestra, and it's not ergonomic. You won't be able to sing for very long periods of time. Right? So it doesn't sound like what you want it to sound like, but you're not there yet. Right? There's other things that I have not taught you that will get you the darker sound that you aspire to have. But you'll not get there. And by the way, like just the back tension and all the tension issues alone will get you a chonkier sound, which you had moments of, by the way. You go ahead and listen back to it. Because here's the other thing, and this is what might be happening. You're listening.
Yeah.
But what you hear is affected by bone conduction. So what you think sounds deeper and resonant just sounds swallowed to us.
I have a feedback, so I'm kind of trying to listen to myself too, but it's
Okay.
not full. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So it's right, and it can feel strident, especially if you're coming from a place where your tongue was back. Okay? But Rome wasn't built in a day. Right?
Okay.
Takes time.
Yeah.
So, like, I threw a lot at you. I gotta get to the next student. Practice what I taught you, okay? And singing will feel easier. Once it feels easy, we can start doing shit, okay? But if it doesn't feel easy, it doesn't matter what we do, because then we're just correcting tension by adding more tension in the hopes that it's going to work, and it won't.
Yeah.
Trust me, I made that mistake for years. Okay?
Okay.
Patience.
Okay.
All right. Gotta get to the
Okay,
next
that's
person,
it
okay?
then. Yeah. Bye bye.
Okay. Good job. All right. I don't need the cam. This individual didn't have a camera on. No one has to have the camera on. And yet, Daryl, make sure you're getting sleep, yeah? Yeah. Most people don't have their camera on. Oops, I ended the meeting. There we go. Back up. Hey.
Hello.
Hello. All right. Let me just respond to this. Okay. Do you want to sing a little something and we can see where we're at?
Sure. Can it be any song?
Yeah. I mean, happy birthday for all here. And thank you. Hold on. Sorry. I forgot I had the Baji filter on. All right.
Okay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Issa. Happy birthday to you.
All right. That's quite good.
Sorry, I've never had lessons before.
I mean, that's all right. Let's pick something more challenging. Do you know Star Spangled Banner?
I don't.
I want to stick with this genre. Like Music Box of Fate is not this. It doesn't follow the idioms of what you're doing. Do you know any like Beyonce tunes?
Yeah.
Can you just pick one? Even if it's just a phrase, it doesn't have to be the whole thing.
If I were a boy, even just for a day, I could get with who I wanted, and I never get confronted for it. Do you want me to keep going?
Yeah, I'm waiting for something specific. I have my thoughts, but like, there's
You want me to go
always. Hmm?
first, or
Is there like a particular difficulty you're having with like high notes or anything like that?
I think there's two things. There might be two things. It's either high larynx or tongue tension.
Well, let me diagnose what it is. But where is it happening in the music?
In like the chorus.
Okay, can I hear the chorus?
Okay. If I were a boy,
Do me a favor.
I could
Hold on,
understand.
hold on. So actually, there's quite a lot of good things going on. I'm not getting to hear a lot of it. Are you on the Zoom app by chance?
I'm on the browser. I had the app downloaded, but it wasn't working for some reason. I can
Gotcha.
try.
Yeah. So the problem is that it's your browser is treating it like it's noise. Yeah. So we're gonna need the original sound for musicians to work on this stuff.
Okay, just give me 1 second.
Mhm. And my moderator is telling me if you copy and paste the Zoom link into the app, it'll work. I don't know what that means, but there we go. Yeah, you're gonna need to exit on the browser one, okay? Oh, you're gonna need to exit on the browser. Otherwise, we're gonna get a feedback loop, okay?
Okay.
So, but you're on the app. Go ahead and leave from the browser.
Browser, so it should be.
You switched browsers or you're on the app?
I'm on the app.
Okay. Go ahead and leave. Unfortunately, if I kick you from the meeting from the browser for whatever reason, it like bans you. So
Go ahead and leave.
on the browser one, you're in here twice.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So you're on the app now? Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Did it not work?
I am going to remove the instance that was allegedly the browser, okay?
Okay.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good. Go to on the app on the bottom right, there's more. Click on settings and go to audio and go down all the way. And there should be a setting called original sound for musicians. Click on that and make sure echo cancellation is not on.
Okay.
Okay. Lower my output by quite a bit.
Okay, sorry, I'm a little nervous. I've
You're
never
good.
done this before.
You're good. I'm coming through like crazy on your computer, so just lower me a lot, okay?
Okay.
All right, let me see. Testing.
Hello.
Testing.
Testing.
Let's try this. Turn echo cancellation back on. And don't worry, computers are unuseful. Hey, there we go.
That's fine.
Nice. Okay. Try that chorus again, okay?
Okay.
And don't worry about it, by the way. Technology is what it is.
Okay. If I were a boy. Am I supposed to? Sorry.
Hmm?
That was loud. If I were a boy.
What do you want to do? Do you want it to be loud? You can work on it either way.
I feel like once it gets loud, that's where
So I can tell you what's happening.
Okay.
All right. Belting is something you're doing a lot right. Okay.
Okay.
When you're belting, you standing?
Yes.
Yeah. You do it silently because you clearly have been singing for a long time. Pay attention to your body. When you sing silently, like mime through it as you would on the high note, are you contracting your back a little bit when you go up and you want to do it loudly?
I'm not quite sure. Maybe.
So that's why I'm asking you to do it silently
Okay.
and pay attention, okay? See what happens.
Yeah, my back is contracting.
Yeah, don't do that.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you one other help here, okay?
Yeah.
Take a breath for the phrase and then exhale a lot and then start singing. Let me explain why.
Okay.
When we're working on high notes, you're going to get exhausted real fast, particularly belting. Okay? So by like emptying out the air, you're going to have less air shoving through. So we take an inhale, we kind of dump everything. And in doing that, we'll be able to practice longer on high notes,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
Let's stop. Stop. Go ahead and try again. But this time, exhale everything. You won't be able to, not technically, because then you have a collapsed lung. So, and then do it. Make sure you're not contracting your back.
If I were a boy.
You went higher.
Oh, sorry.
You're like, oh, this is helping. Let's make it harder. All right. So,
am I just supposed to be louder, or am I supposed to like make it with more air?
it's a stylistic choice. You can do it either way. The question is, what do you want to do as an artist? Let's get down.
Okay, I'll try again.
Well, hold on. No. Let's answer this question.
Okay.
When you sing this phrase, do you want to belt it?
Yes.
Okay. So that's what we're going to work on.
Okay.
Right? You can do either or. This isn't about right or wrong. This is about what you want to do as an artist. It's not for me to tell you what to do. I'm going to help you get there. Okay.
Gotcha.
So, if I were a boy, I think is where you were before you went up.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So
If
hold on.
I-
Whoa, 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 whoa! I heard that inhale. Okay. I know you're nervous. So let's take a few moments. Okay. So belting is not like fundamentally bad, right? It is the leading cause of vocal injury. By the way, right behind it is opera. And the difference is that people who belt generally aren't trained. So imagine a world where people were singing opera not trained. I imagine it would take the top seat, right? There's a lot of nonsense around stigmatizing belting. There's nothing wrong with it. Okay. That said, the reason why it tends to put people at risk is because when you belt, your vocal folds are basically really fat and thick. And if we put too much breath pressure on it, that can happen. Now, in an absolute extreme, that one instance can do something. But for you, you're not new to this. The consequence of it for you is more that you're going to be vocally tired faster for every like inefficiency that exists. Okay.
Okay.
So, what's an inefficiency? That back contraction, no bueno. When you go up, you need less air because the folds are going to thin. Okay? They don't need as much to move. In fact, the more air you put through thinner folds, the more your body will rebel against you. When you contract your back, you're going to expend more air. It is the antithesis of what you need to do. Now, that said, if you're breathing like that, now you just got a lot of tightness in a lot of places, and the same principle applies. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Let's take a moment
Okay.
and just rock back and forth with your hips. You can do a little Beyonce.
Okay.
There you go. You don't need a big breath.
Okay.
Rock back and forth the hips. And if you get your shoulders into it, that'll also move your back muscles, okay?
Okay.
So move back and forth. Hip, yada, hip, shoulders, all that. See how you can take like an easy inhale. It's an easy one. Okay? Now you might think you need more air than that for a high note, but what you actually need is what a big inhale gives you. Watch my body, right? Watch my torso. If I take a big inhale, I expand.
Mhm.
This is what you need when you belt. Move your hands from your hips to your rib cage, okay?
Okay.
Just open your rib cage. See what's happening?
My hands are expanding.
Yeah. Are you taking an inhale by default just because you're expanding your ribs?
Yes.
Yeah. So this posture thing, you've intuited quite a lot. Okay? If you take a normal relaxed breath without like a lot, like belting, do you know Patti LaBelle?
I've heard of her, but I don't know her.
That's fine. There are a lot of like ridiculously great belters. One of my favorites, Patti LaBelle. She's also a nice lady. I helped her out. She used to come to my Trader Joe's in Philly.
That's really cool.
She's so classy. She's like really nice. Freakishly amazing singer. One of her superpowers is just like the ability to expand everything. The other one is Lettucey. Is really good at that. Posture is like their superpower. Okay? The reason I tell you this is because we need very little air, but we need a lot of posture. Right? So I can tell you all this and we can spend time with specific muscles. But for you, you're doing a lot really well. So I'm going to give you some shorthands. Okay? I want you to like jump up and down a little bit and take a small breath. All right? Make sure everything's moving, that it's easy,
Okay.
but take that small breath. Okay? So you see how you can have a smaller inhale, but your posture doesn't have to be collapsed?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we need. So can you do that and then sing the high note without your back contracting? Here's what I want you to do. It's a rhetorical question because you're going to do it.
Okay.
But here's what I want you to do. Do it silently first so that you can observe your body, okay?
Okay. Okay. I'll try.
And by the way, it's silent. If you fail, you'll know. It's the nice thing about this exercise.
Okay. I don't think my back contracted this time when I did it.
Good. If it's a matter of like, I think, do it a few more times so you're comfortable with it.
Okay.
No, I'm definitely thinking of Patti LaBelle, not LaPone. Two different singers.
Sorry, you went mute there for a second.
Yeah, yeah. I was responding to somebody while you were doing.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Huh.
I think I'm ready.
Okay.
I say that, but I'm not all too confident.
Well, why would you be? Confidence is earned. Otherwise, it's bravado. You're just being honest.
Okay.
This is kind of like a YOLO thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's a new experience. So just, you can do it silently, you know, that's fine. Don't worry about being entertaining, right? Don't worry about having to do anything other than work on what you're working on, and do it silently as many times as you need, right? Be curious. This is your time, and this is valuable work. Imagine you're noticing quite a few things you haven't noticed before. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. One of the things that I talk a lot about in terms of people who are, I could do this, but have you heard my myelin spiel? It's okay if you
I'm
haven't.
not sure.
It's all
I
right.
watched a lot of your YouTube videos, definitely. But
Yeah. So a second channel of mine has all my lessons on it. And this is where I give my myelin spiel. It's my favorite thing when people don't actually know it, because then I can sound really cool with this. So here's what I'm going to do. Okay, I'm going to give you an explanation. It's super meta. My viewers of the live stream kind of know this one. So it's like one of my favorite things when like people haven't heard it yet, because then I can like, oh, well, I'm going to be super cool. So this is myelin. Okay, it's a fatty sheath that wraps around neurons. The goal of practicing any skill is to build myelin, because what it does is it increases the speed in which signals transmit across neurons. Right? Here's the thing. Myelin builds under one condition and one condition only. And that is when we interrupt forgetting. Doesn't matter how many times you do it, a thing, right? Doesn't matter how long you do a thing. What matters is that you interrupt forgetting. So now that I've told you about myelin, and you've forgotten the exercise that I gave you, see where I'm going with this?
not really.
So, because you stopped doing the exercise to listen to me talk to you about how important interrupting forgetting is, you've forgotten the exercise, or at least what you were focusing on. So I've made you forget. So now you interrupt forgetting by doing the exercise again. It's very meta.
Okay.
Yeah. So go ahead and, again, you can jump up and down, small breath, and remember what that feels like. Then sing silently that chorus line. Make sure you're not contracting anything, or that you're not like pumping air out, okay?
Okay. Okay. Can I try singing the phrase again?
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm scared now. Okay. If I were a boy.
Okay.
I think my back contracted that time.
It was your chest.
Oh, okay.
So when you sing, it's like it's interesting, because like when you first did the belt, it was without any hesitation. And it's like you're trying to cut the difference between a belt and singing in a different way. belting is fundamentally its own thing, right? So like people say they conflate like chest voice and head voice as if like belting is somehow bringing chest all the way up. That's not how it works. Okay? Let me show you. And then we'll interrupt what you were doing so you forget.
Okay, fine.
Right?
Okay.
But there was improvement. Okay? So your back wasn't tightening as much, if at all. The breath was a little bit less rambunctious. It was a tinier breath. But you lost the mechanic of belting. I'll explain what it is.
Okay.
Bring up my anatomy graph. So, when we go up and we want to do high notes, we can do it for our purposes. There's more, but for our purposes, like let's talk about one of three ways. Right? We're doing classical singing. I can contract these muscles, and what happens is the thyroid cartilage goes forward. These vocal folds, which are attached to this, will stretch out. That allows me to go higher. It also gives me vibrato. Okay? Swell. We can also just thin the folds and not do anything with the thyroid cartilage, and that will result in what you just did. The other way is belting. We don't quite know exactly what it is, but the theory is this, at least the most prominent one currently, is that the thyroid cartilage actually goes backwards.
Gotcha.
And then the vocal folds, so remember when I said that when the thyroid cartilage goes forwards, the folds stretch out?
Mhm.
Inverse is true with belting. They kind of get real nice and fat and thick, and that's what gives us that epic sound. You can measure this, kind of. I mean, you can measure it sonically. You see the difference in what it looks like. Let me get Katie. Can you do the command for the spectrogram, please? So I'll try to get it from Discord. All right. Thank you. So you can put this, if you look in my Twitch chat. If not, I'll send it to you on Zoom, okay?
Okay.
So this is a spectrogram. And it will measure some things. So you just put that in your browser. And it'll ask for permission to use your mic. And you'll see a spectrogram. So I'm going to share this here. This is, let's see, I'll do it here. Oh boy! That's just, I'm not very good with not tilting. This would be tilting forward. Boy! Okay, this is belt. I'm going to lower my mic because belting be loud. Boy! You see how every line is like nice, fat, and like it's just it's just straight up, right? All these things, right?
Yeah.
So, oftentimes when we belt, like when folks are belting, there is this kind of like tilting the head back and stuff like that because we want this to be able to go backwards.
Backwards. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So try to key into that. This time around, pretend like you're calling to somebody across the street.
Okay.
Yeah. Because it's not yelling. It's like calling out to somebody from quite a ways. Like, hey, Timmy, you know?
Okay. Hey, Timmy.
That's like Timmy's in the kitchen with that one. Right? A little farther in the kitchen. Right? Busy road.
Hey, Timmy.
There you go. That's belting.
Okay.
Okay? Actually, it's quite a nice tone.
Thanks.
Right? So when you call out to Timmy, small breath, active posture, and no back contraction. Try it again.
I'll try. Okay. Hold on 1 second.
You're good. I know. I'm giving you a lot of this.
If I were a boy.
You went up too. You went higher. You made it hard again.
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. There was a lot to like about that, right? So that was all belt all the way. Okay. If I were a boy, I think it's where you. If I were a boy, I think it's where you were before. Let's make it a little easier on you and try it again.
Okay.
Did it feel good? Did it feel okay?
Yeah.
There you go. You did it. Good job.
Now I was just getting the right key.
Mm-hmm.
If I were a boy.
Ah, so old habits die hard, right?
Yeah.
So that's why myelin matters, right? Because these old habits you have are your habit. There you go to your default.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot will them away. You can only build more myelin. So, do you have a friend who's like, you like feel fine? I'm so sorry. I was raised by an old man that you can feel you can hoot and holler with.
I have a sister.
There you go. All right. So, like, sister comes back from the airport. She's like, a ways away. You can call her Timmy if you don't want to dox her or anything like that.
Okay. Sorry, I took a big breath there. Hold on.
Yeah, but good realizing, right? Because like I said, old habits die hard. But when you that's what I talk about when I say interrupting forgetting. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You noticed it, you stopped, and you're making an adjustment. That's the work.
Okay. Hey, Timmy!
There you go. The chest can be a little bit looser. Okay. Try again. Exhale as much breath as you can before you do it, by the way, so that it's gentle. It'll still be loud. Don't you worry about that. Belting is loud. Can't help it be.
Hey, Timmy!
Didn't feel as easy, did it?
No.
Too much contraction. Let's do the hopping up and down again. And remember, expel everything, because we're working on high notes and we're doing it for a while. So we got to make it easy for you, because otherwise you're going to get vocally tired. Yeah, jumping up and down. Small breath.
Hey, Timmy!
Easiest one yet, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, here's the thing. That is belting. It doesn't feel as powerful because it's easy for you. You can put more breath behind that, but I advise you don't. And here's why. It's not the highest you can go. You can go much higher than that. Don't, please. Not yet. Right? Because like get comfortable with the concepts that we're discussing first, right? Don't play around with anything in the extreme, right? When you don't have to, right? You're getting plenty of mileage just from keeping it in a sensible range. And it'll allow you to practice longer. So don't do this thing where like you power lift every day to see how high you can go. Okay, it's not very useful. Once you know what's in your way, just work on what's in your way, and the high notes will come. Okay? So the tune, like I fall in this trap a lot, where I have a high note, I want it to be as powerful as humanly possible. And then I try to go up from there. Oops, can't do it anymore. Or I build a bad habit in a tune. Right? We can add more power and stuff like that, but the concept's new. So that's easy. It was still belting, it was still powerful. Okay? Go ahead and try the tune. It should feel that easy.
Uh-oh. Okay.
But hold on. Take those steps. Jumping up and down, expending the air. You can do it silently and call out to Timmy to remember what it feels like. Right? These are all tools. And there's no rush. We have time, okay?
If I were a boy.
Ah, so now your problem is what's happening on the note beforehand.
It's not belting.
No. You can belt and then not belt, or not belt and then belt. That wasn't the issue. Do it silently, and in your mind sustained the note before boy.
Do you want me to try to do it out loud? Try to sustain the word before boy.
Do so with a smaller breath than what you took. The problem is you took too big an inhale before.
Okay. Okay.
Then go ahead and do it when you're ready.
If I
Yeah. That doesn't feel very easy, does it?
were. No.
So your attention is going to the high note. You're doing note, 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 note. It's all one phrase. If I were a boy, right? So that Timmy thing, that's not just the note. That's the whole phrase.
If I were.
Let's change the vowel. It's the vowel that's causing you a problem. You went, if I were,
If I were.
yeah, it'll feel different when it's up there.
If I were.
Hold on, let me find it for you. Okay. Yeah, that would make sense. If I were.
If I were. That vowel?
Yeah, so the if I were we're gonna do a vowel modification because it's a transition in your range. Okay? If I were
More of a vowel?
for now. Yeah.
I took a big breath. Okay.
Yeah. Old habits die hard.
If I
Do aw. Right, aw.
were. All.
Yeah.
If I were.
Which one felt easier?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I think aw would be easier, but it's still too much breath. Because you just don't need a lot of air. You don't. That's why it's like expend everything before you go up. Right? Because you can't expel everything. So if I were a boy or whatever, right? Expend everything. Because you can't. But like think you are. Yeah.
If I
Aw.
were. Sorry.
You're good. You're good. I'm throwing a lot at you. It's like this.
If I
A little easier, right? Still not ideal, but a little easier.
not. Yeah.
Yeah. Here's what we're gonna do. Oh yeah, but I'm gonna have you stretch out your hips a little bit, okay?
Okay.
All right. So go ahead and do like a lunge for me. I don't know if you can see me okay. Can't, let me know.
Really? Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. All right, let me see if I can get this camera into a situation here. I really need to set up my standing desk. I got a friend coming to help with that, but let me get just a few steps back. It'll be easier. Okay. I'm in like a lunge here. Got 1 foot here, 1 foot back. All right, I'm just tilting my hips forward here. Do you feel a stretch there? Like right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So your hips are a little tight. So you can, this is why, so the jumping up and down stuff is like a shorthand, right? But the problem is that it's a shorthand. We're going to need to elaborate on what it is to have like things not dragging you down posture wise. So some of that is going to be tight muscles. So your hip is tight. So we have to fix that.
Exactly.
Go ahead and breathe into that stretch as well. Make sure your hip can be breathing into that. Or your breath can breathe into it.
And we're still doing the lunge, correct?
Yeah. And then once that's nice and stretched out a little bit, go ahead and switch. Make sure it's nice and easy to breathe in into, okay?
Okay.
What do you do day to day, if you don't mind my asking?
Nothing really.
Fun employed?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been there. Yeah. All right. So you have some time on your hands to stretch out and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. Sounds like from the breathing, it's kind of an intense stretch. Is that the case?
Yeah, I love it.
All right. This is going to be good for you. So what you're stretching is a muscle called the psoas.
Okay.
It's a big one, and it's very consequential. I can tell you to relieve your chest. I can tell you to exhale your breath and not contract your back. Here's the problem. And here's why. You're doing a lot well, but you're not going to beat the psoas. Let me show you what that is, okay? Here's your psoas. So not only is it big, see how it's like right on your hips?
Yeah.
So if this is tight, guess what? Boosh. Tailbone's going to be flared out. What's that going to do? It's going to contract your back. How are you going to fix that? You're going to contract your chest, right? Yeah. So this muscle being tight means you can't really expand and not have tension everywhere else. So we have to loosen this thing up. I'm going to have you bring the thing down a half step. If I were a boy. We're going to go less into the extreme so that you can feel the benefits of what we're doing. This is a tight muscle. And it's big, so it's going to take a while to kind of stretch out. So there's going to be a bit of trust me, bro, here.
Okay.
This is going to help. So let's go down. We stretched out. Everything else is still relevant, okay? Timmy. Exhale everything. You can't, right? Just exhale everything. You're jumping around. All right. Say hello to Timmy from across the way.
Okay. I'm sorry. I took a big breath. Okay.
Yeah, good noticing.
Hey, Timmy!
Nice. Do me a favor.
Mhm.
When you do Timmy, like just like, hey Timmy, like raise your hands up a little bit, just a little bit.
Hey, Timmy!
Took a big breath, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Timmy!
Timmy's further away than that.
Okay.
Here's this one. You've done this in your life, right? You know,
Yeah.
do that. I'll also lift up your arms and help you expand your ribcage.
Hey, Timmy!
A little bit better.
Yeah.
Still a bit too much exhale. Right? It can be the thing with the volume. Again, it's the mechanic of it. It's what's happening here. It's not about how much breath you have. Right? We need less air. It's got to be gentle. So find that balance of calling out to Timmy with that volume. Feel what it's like physically, and then just less air. Play with that.
Okay. I'll try one more time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hey, Timmy!
A little bit easier, yeah? Yeah, that was belting. All right, so let's translate that into if I were a boy, right? And again, one phrase.
Okay.
What's up?
I'm not confident.
So it doesn't matter. Here's why. So whether or not you're confident only matters if you're singing to impress,
Right.
right?
Mhm.
Just don't try to be impressive. You want me to do a Tarzan impression for you? Would that help?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. Be curious. Be playful. Don't have a goal. Just do the things. Whatever comes out, comes out.
If I were a boy.
All right. So here's the thing.
Okay.
You are physically doing more of the things that you need to be doing, but you are tired. And this is the challenge of practicing belting. Okay? So let's just go ahead and take a seat and let's just chit chat for the rest of the time and go over what we went over, okay?
Okay.
Because I hear things going better. But the reason it doesn't go better is because belting and high notes are tiring, right? We can't practice them. Really, we should have just done 15 minutes and stopped. But your singing pretty much everywhere else is really nice, right? It's this stuff that kind of was the only thing I was like, these problems exist, by the way, in your lower notes. They're just not of consequence until this point, okay? Make sense? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, sorry, I'm a little far back because I was sitting on the bed.
You're good. Yeah, so that the psoas tension, you know, a little too much breath in some parts of the range. Lower notes need more air. It's not too much of a problem. But when we go up higher, we need less. And so that the contraction stuff that was happening, we tried to fix that. How about you tell me what we did and what the problems were and what we worked on so that it cements a little bit better?
I have a problem with contracting my back and a little bit of my chest. I'm using way too much air.
Way too much air for what?
For belting, for the preparation of belting.
Okay. Why does that matter?
Because in order to belt, it requires less air
Why?
onset to thin out the vocal cord.
The folds are already thin. You don't need to move them as much. So and if you do move them too much, this I didn't tell you. So if you do put too much air through thinner folds, the body will, as a means of protection, start like your soft palate will go down, your false folds will come in, like a bunch of stuff just starts kind of contracting. Kills vocal freedom, right? But it's just like your body, and you'll go flat, but it's your body's way of protecting you. Okay? So you won't get the note you want. It's the TLDR. But yeah, just to expand on that concept. All right. So what did we do to combat too much air?
Jump up and down.
Why'd that work?
To relax the muscles in the body.
Kind of. There was another reason for this. It's okay if you don't remember. I threw like a ton at you today.
And to help release most of my air.
So, and by the way, this thing that I'm doing, where I'm asking you a question, you're thinking, interrupting, forgetting, right? This is what, like when you consciously think like this and you're pulling back and you're trying to remember, that's what builds myelin. That struggle that you're feeling right now that's unpleasant, that's what triggers it to build. Right? So what's happening is that I was telling you to take less air, and you're like, oh, okay. Perfectly normal reaction, right? Problem. If we collapse our posture, we don't have as much control over the exhale, and we cannot suspend our exhale. So the jumping up and down gets your posture to be not collapsed and stuff like that. It's a shorthand, okay? It's not perfect, but it was a concept I wanted to teach you quickly. But easy come, easy go, right? But it'll get your body moving, it'll get you're jumping up and down, right? So you won't be as like slouched, stuff like that, okay? That does end up leading to less air, because if you're slouched and you inhale, look at all this contraction I got going on. It's just going to compress, right? So you have to have like very active posture when we sing in the extremes, and belting is kind of a vocal extreme, right? So that's why we did that. So that does get into less air, but it's a posture thing. Okay? What else?
We talked about, I forgot the name, but it's a big muscle that's
The
connected.
psoas. Yeah.
Psoas. That's connected to the hip. That's stiff. And we did some lunges to relax it, because in order to sing, you need the whole body in. If a certain part of the body is tight, that can make it way harder to sing.
Posture.
Posture.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. So, but yes, all of that, yes. But that's all to say posture, right?
Yeah.
So, what else? It's, by the way, this feeling that you're feeling is because I've like fried your brain to maximize, like, your brain is tired. So, like, don't worry about the fact that it's hard right now. You know what I'm doing? It's like, have you ever like done supersets at the gym? Do you know what a superset is?
When you go right into another set immediately.
Yeah, like at a lower weight.
Yeah.
So you like do like 20 pounds. You can't do 20 anymore, so you go 15. You do it like you keep right, and then you're like you end the gym session with like a T-Rex thing because your muscles are so crushed, right? I'm literally doing that to your brain to maximize myelin building, right? I'm sorry, I'm kind of an asshole
You're
that
good.
way.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah.
You're good.
So it's hard for a reason.
I definitely should have prepared because I've watched your videos on your extra channel.
But yeah, but like there's a difference between knowing some stuff that I'm doing to other people and experiencing the pain I put people through.
Yeah.
I just want you to get, that's funny, I was going to say your money's worth, but I just want you to get time's worth and the value, okay? So what else did I teach you?
Told me how I need to start expanding my rib cage.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I can remember.
That's okay.
I'm trying
Who's Timmy? Why don't we talk about Timmy?
me to help with phrasing
Why?
and to get to understand the feeling of belting
Yeah.
and the volume.
Yeah.
And then we talked about, I forgot what it's called, a certain something cartilage.
The thyroid cartilage.
Thyroid cartilage, yes.
Here's the benefit of all of this.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be on stream, right? At the about the 3-ish hour timestamp. So you can watch it again and again and again. Okay? But the reason I'm doing this like quizzing, and we did this basically with the body too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I had you do the same thing over and over again. I had you forcing recollection, interrupting, forgetting, right? It's not like super comfortable, and you've been at it for an hour, right? So you supersetted your brain and you're tired. So make sure that you get plenty of rest. You did a good job today. You probably don't, it's probably a blur because I kept you so busy that you probably you didn't have time to process what was going on, right? Which is probably why you don't remember a bunch, but luckily the video is there and you did the work, so you'll be okay. You'll make an improvement, you have things to practice, etc. Right? But don't like I get the impression you might be a little hard on yourself sometimes as a person. Yeah. You did great. And I'm literally putting you in it, and it's because you did great that I kind of like put you through the ringer.
Okay.
You did good work. And every time you had successes, I made it harder on you. Right? You did a good job. Go get some rest, okay?
Okay. Have a good day.
You too. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay. See what else I got. I'm going to need to grab a bite to eat. Let me message person who's next. All right, I'll be right back. Yeah, so by the way, working on anxiety, I can help with, and it's good to do. Even if it's not singing a note, building an awareness of breath and body is good work to do. That said, you're going to know better if things are okay for you. Okay? You don't have to, if you're having a legit panic attack, it's okay. You know, but I can also help you work through that. But it's ultimately up to your discretion, Yukina, okay? Either way, I gotta grab a bite. I'm sorry. Just a little, I got, like a little hypoglycemic. So in order to do my best, I'm just gonna grab some real quick, okay? I'll be right back. Give me about 30 seconds. If your vision's blurry, okay. We can literally just do breathing work, Yukino. Hmm. You don't smell amber, not that I would know. Hmm. Yeah. So when we have like breathing work, breathing is a big part of singing. Some of my lessons with Diane, we didn't even sing a note. So, Yukina, it's okay. Don't rush eating your apple. Chew, digest, it's fine. Right? When I would do my lessons with Diane, there were lessons where we just like stretched and we did breathing. Yeah, a collab between Iron Mouse and Baji would be a good time. The yeah, like again, breathing is a fundamental part of singing. And dealing with nerves is a reality of singing as well. Dealing with how nerves affect breath is a big part of singing, you know? Because you cannot simply will anxiety away. It doesn't work like that. God, wouldn't that be nice? Right? So a lot of times people want to do like a good job when they have a lesson. But the work of a lesson isn't about like achieving anything. It's about learning. So that's what determines whether or not it's a success is when you walk away from the lesson, is there something useful? And that's more on me than it is on the student. The student has nothing to worry about. The student shows up and we work on stuff. If I can't give them something that's useful, that's on me, not the student. Right? And yeah, I'm open to helping all skill levels. It has nothing to do with that's why like people come in with happy birthday. That previous student who came in, the last lesson, there just wasn't going to be a lot of usefulness out of happy birthday because there wasn't anything for them in that particular moment that was going to be useful. There were some slight inefficiencies, but it's also hard to know what was a stylistic choice. I heard the Dome soft palette, but stylistically that's very appropriate for R&B, and a lot of the idioms and stylings that they were singing was reminiscent of R&B. So if I had worked on their soft palette, well, I'm telling them not to make the artistic decisions that they want to make. And I heard them lift their soft palette plenty of times. So I presume they were going for a certain sound. So, since we found Beyonce, and we worked on that. I don't have a plan when I work with somebody. It's not my job to. You know, we discover things together. You know, that's it. Okay. Take your time. Let me close off chat. I get my water. Let me get my water. Okay. How you join the Zoom call? Yeah, I'll send you the link, okay? Over Discord. It's alright. I sent the link via Discord, okay? So you can click on the link and that'll bring you through the browser. But ideally, we want to use the app. If you don't have it, that's okay. Because I think if I recall correctly, we're going to be doing some speech or perhaps even just breath work, for which we don't necessarily need the app. And yeah. We can do this on Discord as well, Yukina. Because Discord didn't seem to cause any problems with Riku, and I won't be recording. Would that be easier for you if we do it on Discord? Okay. I'll call you in Discord, okay? Hey. Can you hear me okay?
You should be hearing me now.
Ah, yeah. I can hear you. Okay. I understand you're nervous. It's okay. Right?
I'm actually shaking.
Okay. We'll work with that. So, let's just do some basic breathing stuff, okay? And that's
Okay.
worthwhile. So I hear a bit of chest tension. Just place your hand on your chest. Breathe such that it moves, okay? And
Okay.
yeah, and don't try to stop the shaking. A little bit of a fool's errand, right? We can't stop it. There are things we can do to counteract the consequences, but let the shaking in. It's okay. Because the more we try to fight, this is the irony, right? The more we try to fight it, the harder it becomes. No?
Yes.
Good. That sounds better. Do the same with right here. Okay? This one might take a little longer. That's okay. There's no rush. Once that starts to move, let me know.
I'm able to move it, but with difficulty.
Okay. See if if continuing to just breathe in it will make it move a little easier. You can also kind of like, this might help. Just lightly move back and forth. It might help, okay? First, me, I should probably share my camera on Discord because you can't see what I'm doing. I'm gonna
Yes.
share my camera. I hear that helps. So I was saying, just you can do this. That might help it move a little bit easier. And if it's tight, it's tight, right? It's not about getting it to move with complete freedom. It's just, is it easier? Take your
It
time.
is easier.
Sounds easier too. Move your attention back to your chest, okay? It's better, but some tension came back as it tends to happen. And switch between the two. Be easy for both of them, or easier at least.
It is quite a lot less tense.
Voice sounds a lot richer, more relaxed.
Yes.
Nice, even. So, place your hands where your legs are going to meet to your hips, okay? That should
Okay.
move a tiny bit, just a tiny bit.
It should move.
Yeah, a little bit. Like here, let me show you. Right, like here.
It
Might have a
doesn't
hard-
move at all.
Ah, okay.
Maybe is it because I'm sitting?
It can still move when you sit, but it'll be hard if there are other things in the way. So instead of focusing on that, back of the hand, lower back. Okay?
Okay.
That can move when we breathe into it, ideally. Might
It
not
doesn't
move.
move too.
Okay. go back to this kind of like rocking thing. As you're doing that rocking, your hips can kind of go from here to here. That'll help move the lower back a little.
Oh my god, my chair.
And mine's making a lot of noise too.
I do feel it moving it a little bit,
Good.
but really just a little.
And that's what it's going to be for a bit, okay? Chest tension's back a little bit, so just move your hand back to your chest. It's going to be a lot of whack-a-mole. It's kind of how it goes. Instead of just the chest and the shoulder, let's do chest and the lower back. See if those can move at the same time. And again.
It can.
Hey, nice. How about your lower back and your traps?
Think I'm doing it. I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
I hear it. What about your chest and stomach?
I should probably wear a bra.
Yeah. You can let it hang loose, it's fine. Unless
It's heavy.
It's heavy? Okay. If you
So
think that'll
that's
help.
probably where the tension come from. It's from the weight of
So
my
here's what we can
chest.
do. Here's what we can do to make it easier. So you can take your tailbone a little bit, your hips, just move them forward a little bit.
Yes.
Okay? And that way, what's going to happen is that the hips just move a little bit under. And that way, instead of like using a bunch of back muscles to kind of help you, you have kind of a little bit, they can like, your hips will take some of that weight away. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. Now try the chest again. And breathing in the chest so that it moves.
It feels way more relaxed.
Mm-hmm. Balance is active, right? There's a lot of ideas around posture where, like, assume the position. Doesn't work that way. If my right leg is like tighter, my body's gonna do what it's got to do, right?
Yes.
We have to adjust. So a lot of the movement stuff that I do with people, like this stuff, is so that they recognize, like, it's not about this, you know? It's about moving stuff so that other stuff can move. So with that said,
Yeah.
yeah, it's starting to sound nice. All right. Checking with your chest again, and this time right below the collarbone. Okay. Make sure that can move.
It moved a little, but it's still tense.
Yeah. That's a little bit better. Here's a weird one. Armpit.
Armpit?
Yeah. Let me show you the muscle grouping so it makes a bit more sense, okay?
Yes.
There's actually quite a bit of muscles here. This one is my mortal enemy. Is the serratus. Okay? We have all these here too. Right? Pec minor and all these insertions. There's actually quite a lot of muscles here.
Oh my god, it's super tense.
Yeah. So take your time with that one. And just breathe into that.
It should be less tense right now.
Sounds it. Do me a favor. Are your knees soft? Might be gripping.
Knees soft?
Yeah, so. It's a fun way to do this. Let's do it this way. With your legs, your knees should be able to do this from just moving your hips from side to side. Your knees should move back and forth. Notice, take a look at my chair. It's not moving like crazy. Yeah? I'm just rotating my hips around my tailbone, and the knees are moving. You shouldn't have to clench anything. It should just be a simple motion. Might be a little difficult to figure out at first, and it's okay if it is. Just want to see if this works.
I'm not sure because maybe is there a way to test it while standing? Because I think my pen doesn't allow me to do it properly.
Possibly.
Because it's like keep my leg stuck.
Yeah. What's odd though is that the problem that I was hearing is gone. So, to my knowledge, you were doing it properly, or it just went away because of whatever, right? The body and mind connection is a complicated thing. So, it worked. Whatever you did. Right? Bring attention back to your chest.
Always the chest.
What's that?
Always the chest.
Same, by the way. That and the pits. It's the pits that my pits are so tight. I'm not sorry. I did say I was a pony guy. All right. Now, with all this able to move, just let a sound, not a note, just a sound. There you go. And that shake, that's going to be there, right? Because you're shaking. It would actually be a problem.
I'm less shaking right
Good.
now.
Good. Yeah. If that happens, it's a good thing. Because if it didn't happen, it would mean you're holding on to something. Right? So if you're shaking even a little bit and you're nice and relaxed. Yeah. So. Lovely. Jaw and neck. Okay. Let's go back to breathing here. And let's move the neck this way, okay? I don't want you to move your neck too far back, okay? Hang low and do this. It's going to be a little challenging, I think.
It is.
But do you feel the stretch and all that?
Yes.
Yeah, same, by the way. I'm being a little indulgent trying to do this with you. I hope you don't mind.
It's so weird how it make me remember of my opera class in the past.
You took opera classes.
Just a little bit, only 12 class. But it was really fun.
Yeah. That's good. Your jaw should be easier to move a little bit now, okay? Still going to be a bit of tension. It'll be easier. Try that. Just giving yourself a nice massage on the jaw. Oh, that's nice. And you can do the size as well.
It feels like it's like the back of the jaw that is tense for me. But
Okay.
I'm not sure.
It sounds better. So whatever you're doing, it's working.
I'm just doing like light press.
Yeah. A little massage. And by the way, as you do this, because your arms are forward, you'll slouch a little bit. We can counter that by moving the hips forward even a little bit.
Ah.
Easier, right?
Yes.
Yeah. One hand on the jaw, one hand on the chest. So the chest can move. Wherever things feel nice and easy. Just... Ah. There we go. Nice and easy, right?
Yes.
Right. Did you want to work on speech stuff or did you want to work on singing stuff?
I'm not sure because it's hard to explain.
Mhm.
I do want to learn singing again, but I just cannot find the comfort from doing it.
Okay.
To do the step to actually sing.
Okay. Let's do some humming on just some notes. Whatever notes they are is ultimately not important. I don't care what it is. It could be slides, right?
Can it be a stable note?
What's that? If you want a stable note,
Can it be a stable? Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, a stable note is okay.
Chest.
Just again.
Mhm.
I'm getting nerfed by my chest.
Chest tension is something that happens a lot for a lot of different reasons. could be to compensate for a tight back. If you're like emotionally in a tough spot, oftentimes our posture, we tighten armpits and we tighten the chest a little bit. So that could be it too. There's a lot of reasons it can sneak in. Goal for us today is just awareness, right?
Okay.
I believe that was the note, right? Stomach is a little tense.
Is it okay if I just go get a bra actually to
Go
see
for
if it help?
Go for it. Yeah. In the meantime, I'll do some of these stretches. Ooh, crackaroonies. Whoa. Mhm. Yeah. So while Yukin is getting that, excuse me. My collaborators are ill. It's very. I mean, it's not funny because I get concerned about my friends and stuff. But they're in good spirits, so that's nice. And yeah. So
Tiny, come on.
what's that?
I just see the chat. Tiny. That's not the type of thing you'd say,
Oh,
even if I'm a lewd girl.
I thought that was about me because of the flashbang joke. Yeah, let's not be too crass, yeah? All right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was about me because of the flashbang.
Oh, I missed something. Okay.
Yeah. If I remove, because I'm so white, it's the joke.
Oh.
Also, Tiny's not wrong. I have this, as white as this is indeed a farmer's tan. That gives you any clue. Anyway, let's get back to the note.
I actually forgot the note.
I think it was. Could be any note though, by the way. A little bit. So not. It's the right below the collarbone, that part of the chest. The other, it did help. Put this right here. And by the way, that probably means the armpits. I'll show you. I'll show you actually why this is the case. This is all about building awareness. Why would this feel the need to come in? Look at all that. If this is tight, all that's tight, this is going to come in to compensate. You can pick like one side. And what's nice with the armpit stuff, if you grab underneath the armpit, your thumb can actually get that insertion of that muscle right below the collarbone, right?
Yeah.
So you can use that just one side at a time. And once that moves, the other side.
I have more difficulty on the right side.
So what that means to me we're inverted actually. Difficulty on the right side. Do this for me. It's on the right side. So this is my left arm. I'm going to move my hip to the left and my head to the right.
Oh my god, it's super tense.
Yeah. So the right side is contracting that because it's trying to it's like you're like this, so the right side is like that. Right? So it's just the body's trying to find balance. So oftentimes when we have stiffness anywhere, we want to make sure that we kind of think about what's the opposing muscle group. Right?
Yeah.
So while you're stretching that out and breathing into your armpit when it's tight, take nice and easy breaths. Once it's easy, sustain any note. Doesn't matter what it is. See how much easier that is?
Yes.
Yeah. See if with that you can relieve some chest tension.
I'm about to do belly armpit and the chest at the same time.
Say that again?
I'm about to like I don't know how to say it, to increase the volume to breathe in the chest and the side.
Okay.
Under the armpit at the same time.
Yeah, that's fine. If the volume increases, yeah. Just make sure the stomach and lower back are moving as well.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and whenever you're ready, stand it up. Let's do a little back movement. Let hip side to side. Okay.
I think that was better.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's, instead of just hip side to side, let's do a little front to back. All right? Now let's take some time with this, all right? Because we've been doing a lot of side to side. We've been focusing on muscles that have to do with that. Right? This.
Yes.
The armpit, all that. Right? It's been a while since we've done the neck and the traps.
Oh boy, I really feel that my lower back muscle have difficulty when I go forward and backward.
It's not painful, right?
Slightly painful.
If it's slightly, then it's okay because what's happening is it's releasing. But if it's like a sharp pain, we don't want that. Yeah, just make the motion nice, gentle, and smooth. And what you can do that'll help is you can play with the inhale. So if you want a deeper stretch in lower back, as you extend this way, you can breathe into your lower back. Conversely, as you go this way, you can breathe into your front, your stomach and your ribs and your chest. Play with it.
Is it possible the pain is just me having not this strong enough muscle for my body? It's because
Unlikely.
I'm sitting a lot, like pretty much all day.
Yeah, unlikely. Here's why.
Unlikely.
Unlikely, yeah, because it wasn't moving to begin with. It's far more likely that you habitually just have had that contracted and you've not released it in a long time. So it's almost like a soreness that comes from like kind of after the gym, right? Or like after you work out, there's like a muscle sore. If you've been holding on to something for a long time and you release it, there is a bit of like a soreness that happens. So if you're
I
used
do
to
feel
holding,
less pain.
yeah, moving it is going to help. Once this motion, by the way, becomes nice and smooth, exhale in a sound.
I do tremble a little bit in the lower back.
Yeah, you're not used to moving this. So the movement's like a little awkward, a little stiff, but this is good.
Mm,
That's a very different sound. Not to be judged, but felt different.
it felt less exhausting. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Felt to me that there was, or heard, sound like, just kind of like less stuff being pulled down. Larynx was able to rise, which is nice, right?
It would be easier to raise it.
Mm-hmm. Let's keep going with this forward and backwards thing. Why don't we play a little bit? So just a straight note. And then start with a straight note. Something like simple like that.
Mm,
Chest.
Just again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it's way more tense.
Mm-hmm. Let's try to figure out why. What are some of the opposing muscles that we figured out, right? We have some of the stuff in the armpits. What about the neck? How's your neck doing? And this right here.
It's extremely tense.
Yeah. We've been doing a lot of forward and back. One of the things that can happen is you end up wanting to keep your head up. Right? But look at what would happen.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when we do the forward and back thing, one of the ways we can find out just how tight our back is, this is a fun one. Well, fun for me because I'm a giant nerd, but I think we all are in this community. So, if you lay your head down, just like let the weight hang down like this, how much do you need to tuck your hips until the head is up? The answer for me is quite a bit. Right?
Wait, explain again.
Sorry. Yeah, my dog is being adorable and distracting. Right. So, if I like let the weight of my head go, and I just like tuck my hips forward, so that like until my head is like up without me doing anything with it, it's like a really nice way to tell like how tight some things are. You said you did yoga, right?
Yes, a little bit.
Mm-hmm. There's this common thing done in yoga where it's like people like stack one vertebra at a time, you know? So what you'll find is that a lot of times I'm going to take my headphones off, okay?
Okay.
What you'll find is that when I used to do this in Pilates, one vertebra at a time until your head's all the way up, and people would like stop at a certain point, and then we do this. I'm trying to get the angle. See how like far back I'm getting, right?
Yes.
So
Yep.
it's just because like that's how tight my back is without my head to like compensate for the fact that my back is that tight. Right? So like
Yep.
yeah.
Oh boy, it's tense.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing with sitting in a chair all day, having a lot of anxiety, which I have too, by the way. So no judgment from me. I have a lot of it. I have to take stuff for it. We get tight. Right?
Yeah.
So building the awareness and stretching everything out and doing these kinds of exercises helps us to inform ourselves like what the problem is when we make a sound.
Yes.
So we don't have a ton of time left, but I would like to know, what are your goals with your voice? We've discussed them, but I don't know what to relay. So I want to hear it from you and only what you're comfortable saying.
My goals.
Mm-hmm. Like, do you want to stream for long hours without your voice getting tired, for example?
Yes, that's a big issue. Because there's times where I'm barely able to talk properly. It's extremely tense. And I feel like their resonance become a mess at some point. And it's get just not fun to talk.
So, for you, if you can get familiar with chest tension and what that feels like, and jaw tension. These are going to be hints for right now, okay? Until like next week or whenever. By the way, thank you for pushing through and giving me a chance to work with you. I appreciate it. I know it's not easy. So I just want to express my gratitude for giving me a chance.
It's okay.
When you're streaming and when you're living your life and you're talking, I think these back stretches and these movements are really good and you should do them. But when you're actually doing the stuff, right? You're like playing a game and it's hype. You can't exactly be
Yes.
like, hold on, let me move my hips back and forth and meditate, I wish. But like, we can have like some shorthands. For you, the chest and then the neck. Forget the jaw. Just these. If you spend a week on that, and then when you're not streaming or when you're not doing something that requires your attention, like do the movements and the stretches and all that, that's going to help your vocal longevity a lot. A lot. Because that vocal fry stuff, for you, a lot of it's just your larynx is being pulled down, stuff's being pulled down. Right?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions for me before we end?
A short question. I don't think I have.
Feel free to DM me if you do, okay? If anything comes up.
Okay.
All right. Good job. All right.
I hope you had a good stream.
I always do. Always fun hearing for you guys. I love
Bye
fun.
bye.
Bye-bye. Oh my god. Yeah, I should hydrate. I should use the restroom as well. Yeah, it's very different, Yukina. Yeah. Right? Yeah, I'll hydrate. Yeah, it takes that people trust me enough to come on stream anybody and do this, it's a very vulnerable thing. And so I appreciate when people give me that chance to do that. I do need to grab something and use the restroom.
Hello. Oh,
Hey, can you hear me now?
yeah.
Awesome sauce. All right. Do you happen to have? Do you have a reverb plugin on?
Uh,
It's okay if you don't. I just wanted to know. There's a kind of an echoey. Are you in like an echoey room?
oh, yeah, I do. I didn't realize. My bad. One sec. Hold on. Where's my... Better?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Okay. All right. Do just for folks. I'll still be hearing all that noise, but that's fine.
Yeah, sorry.
You're good.
I chose the, like, musician mode or whatever.
And that's gonna give me all that, and that's fine. That's what I want. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking
I
about the
hear
stream.
all my bumps and...
Oh,
yeah.
I'm fine with that. I just I have a plug-in for the stream, so that they don't hear it as much. So
Right,
yeah,
right.
but I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Yeah. Trust me, I've done live audio. I've heard the worst.
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to sing a little something? See where we're at?
Sure. Yeah, I've been practicing a lot, but I'm not entirely sure if I'm practicing correctly.
Let's talk
I'm
about
still
that.
struggling with some of my high notes, and I and even some of my like really low notes. And I've been just like doing a lot of like just working on the what was it, the tilting of the thyroid cartilage that you told me to work on, what was it, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
But it yeah, I'm definitely haven't improved a ton, that's for sure, and I'm still struggling to hit the high notes. When we were in the lesson last time, I had a lot easier time hitting the high notes, and sometime during the last 2 weeks I kind of like lost the the feeling, I think, of
Sure.
like what it was that we were doing, and I haven't quite been able to get it back exactly, like
We'll figure it out.
like maybe like the right tilt or what it was. But yeah,
So I have my
I'll
suspicion. Before you even sing, I have a suspicion.
sure.
You're standing right now. It sounds like, yeah.
No, I'm sitting. Yeah.
Okay, let's stand.
Sure.
All right. I'm gonna have you put your feet like this. Okay. Now I want you to move your hip back and forth there.
Like tilt it back and forth.
Yeah, like while your feet are like that, move your hips like back and forth like that. How easy is this moving?
Not the easiest.
Yeah.
Especially going back.
So, low notes need more air. So
Yeah.
if this is tight, your stomach is going to have a hard time expanding.
Right.
And you're going to have a hard time. See, you even sound better now.
Yeah.
So, that's going to affect your lows. Also, if your hips are tight, that's going to make everything else difficult. And then that's going to affect your highs.
Right.
The tilting of the thyroid cartilage is a muscle. It's the cricothyroid muscle. It takes a while to build.
Yeah.
Everything around it is bigger. So,
Yeah.
you got to get some stuff out of your way. Okay? And then we'll try again.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll find all
Okay.
that. Okay. So go ahead and switch legs, and try it again, and same thing.
So you want me to
The feet.
you said switch legs?
Yeah. So if you were like this, boop,
Yeah.
switch them.
Yeah, I can like actually like feel a pull in my lower back.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly on like one side.
Yeah. You don't have to give
Yeah.
me any details. Was there like stressful stuff going on for you?
Um not really. I work at my desk probably is what it is.
Okay. We'll get some. The reason I want to ask that is because if like life gets stressful, or if we lose sleep or whatever, right? The body, does what it does.
Yeah.
But if this has been happening and it's just a matter of, we'll just give you some stretches and some movement stuff, which I don't.
Yeah,
If I recall, we didn't do a lot of. We spent a lot of time.
No,
Yeah.
we did a lot of like just working on the thyroid cartilage, and so this last 2 weeks I've literally been, I think, only been working on that. I've done a little bit of body warm up as well when I do my voice, like stretching, but minimal, very minimal.
Yeah. We're gonna give you a little bit more tools for that.
Sure.
Okay. So your legs were like this, front, back, right?
Yeah.
Do that. And then as that's going on, see if you can rotate the hips.
So
For me-
cross my legs?
Not cross.
Okay.
Like like almost cowboy.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And then you can, for me it's always the front of the hips, but that's because of my problems.
Yeah, it's definitely like my low back right now.
Yeah.
I can feel it. It's so tight.
Mm-hmm. So enjoy that stretch and breathe into the lower back. It's funny as I need to do all this.
And you just don't.
Well, it's I teach a lot, and I've been grinding a lot of different projects and stuff like
totally
that. Yeah.
Fair.
So I feel
that
bad.
Feels great.
Yeah. Right. Can you believe this is actually practice?
Yeah, that feels amazing. I've been neglecting my back so much.
Yeah. And your chest's a little tight. Right? Makes sense.
Yeah.
It's been compensating. Right? So there's a couple
Yeah,
ways
for
we can
sure.
do this. We can. Oh yeah, that was nice. Yeah. Oh boy, I need to do everything is tight for me. I need to sleep more.
Same though.
Mm-hmm. Adulting,
Right.
How dare we take care of ourselves? That's not going to increase the GDP. How selfish of us.
That one feels so nice in the shoulders. Oh my
Mhm.
gosh.
Okay. As you're doing that, we did the dog whimper thing to find the tilt, right?
Yes. And you know what? I haven't been doing I swear I almost forgot about it. I've
So-
just been almost pushing my fingers away with my thyroid cartilage. Like now that I know where it is, I've been just like pushing my fingers away to like do it. Like, you know what I mean? If that makes sense. Like
No.
Like I'll put my fingers on it and then I'll push it down
Oh.
in a way.
As like a physical cue, you're not like actually like shoving it down with your fingers, right?
No. I'm pushing my fingers with the cartilage.
Ah,
You know what I mean?
as a way to kind of like feel it moving.
Yes.
Okay. All right, sure. Go ahead and as you're doing like a stretch on one side with this whole like, you know, the big nice stretch for the back and all that.
Yeah.
Try just moving it. No sound. Just moving a little more easily.
Okay, so here's the thing is I am not sure if I am just pushing the root of my tongue down and pushing like the thyroid cartilage out and like sometimes I think that's what I'm doing for sure. And sometimes I know I'm moving it, right? Like so I would like to know like how I can be sure that I'm not like using my tongue to shove it down. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. Here's how you do it. First of all, the dog whimper, what's nice about it is that the heel of your tongue is on an NG, so it does go up.
Yeah.
Now, that said, you can technically all the same push your shit down even with that. It's harder, and people like if you're like a dedicated tryhard, you'll figure out a way to ruin it. You know?
Yeah.
So the other one is there you go.
Oh, that's so hard.
So if you're
to do that while you're like
yeah. So if the tongue stops being able to move as you're lowering your larynx, that's your tongue going back to do that. Because the tongue won't be able to move freely if it's contracted.
Yeah.
That's your check.
I don't know if I can move it without using my tongue at all.
Okay.
That's so hard.
Yeah, so yeah.
Like I can feel it move when I open my mouth to sing. But when I try to move it while making like the raspberry sound, it does there's zero.
Yeah. So it just means that
movement.
Yeah, it just means that you were using your tongue to bring it down.
Yeah.
That's what that means. It's all right.
Yeah.
So let's use the dog whimper.
Okay. Yeah, I think I was, even with the dog whimper, pushing it with my root of my tongue. Oh, it's so small. The movement is so small.
Yeah.
I'm like
It's very small.
Yeah, I'm like
It's real tiny.
I'm like expecting this big movement, but what is the movement that I've been feeling with when I push the root of my tongue down?
Your epiglottis, you're pushing your tongue back so the epiglottis goes back so it pushes down the larynx. That's what that was.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all, this is the biggest pain with singing. Like, I think it was you I was talking to. It might have been somebody. For estrogen-laden folds, female folds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Put together, your vocal folds are the size of a dime.
Yeah.
Those are the things that are being stretched. It doesn't take a lot of movement.
No.
Yeah.
It's so small.
It's very tiny.
I can barely feel it.
Yeah. So this is like the attention that we need to develop. That's why it's difficult. Do it while in the stretch.
Okay. Yeah, I can feel like my my back tightening up already again.
Yeah. Habits. Yeah. You know how much easier that is? Your chest is tight again. There we go. Make sure your stomach can move. Let's do this on a song. What we're working on again? Ash again, I believe.
No. I wasn't working on anything.
Oh, okay.
The truth. I brought like this Mulan song Reflection because I thought that it would be a song that is like just out of my range.
Okay.
And push me just a little bit. You know what I mean? And
so as a general philosophy, so I'm fine working on Reflection. It's a wonderful tune. But just as a point, when as a heuristic, especially when we don't know it's wrong and what's getting in our way, we often set ourselves up with like, I'm going to put this note as like an obstacle, as a check to see how I'm doing. Because if I'm improving, it should be easier, right?
Right.
The problem with that, it's not totally ass backwards, like there's a world where it makes sense. The problem with that is that wouldn't it just be better if you knew exactly what the problem was?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. No,
So
I agree.
yeah. But that said, it's a wonderful piece. I think you do a great job on it. Let's hear a little bit of it.
Sure. Look at me. I may never pass for a perfect bride.
All right, pause.
Or a perfect daughter.
Hold on. We got a lot of jaw tension. Yeah?
Do I?
Oh yeah. So that lower back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's translating.
Yeah. It's going to tighten up everything on your back, which means your neck is going to crank, which means your jaw is going to tighten.
I did like jaw stretch before this too.
So if you target the symptom and not the root cause, it won't matter.
Okay,
right?
Fair enough.
Yeah, your jaw tightened for a reason. The reason is your lower back.
Yeah.
So let's get into that stretch with the lower back. And when you start feeling that stretch, breathe into it. Once breathing into it is comfortable, go ahead and sing.
Okay.
So in a perfect world, that breath is silent. That said, again, I don't want you treating the symptom. The reason why I can hear your inhales is because you got some stiffness.
Yeah, I'm like really trying to breathe into the
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can it be I'm not meant to play this part?
The vibrato came in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's start from the beginning of the tune.
Now I see. Sorry?
Let's start from the beginning of the tune.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Keep in that stretch.
Yeah. Like stretching the whole time I'm singing?
Yeah. Because I'm obnoxious.
So like keep moving.
Yeah.
Sure. Look at me. I may never pass for a perfect bride or a perfect daughter. Can it be I'm not meant to play this part?
All right.
Now I see.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Chest tension. So do
Yeah,
that.
was that what that was?
A little bit. There's a little bit of stomach tension too. The reason the vibrato came in, the tilting forward stuff, so much can get in the way of it, right?
Right.
So my jaw and the epiglottis and all that, and the hyoid bone and all that is connected. So if you go ahead and put your hand on your larynx and clench your jaw, what happens to it?
It just locks up.
Yeah. Remember how subtle the movement was of that forward tilt?
Yeah.
It's like 7 to 8 times more dramatic when I clench my jaw, that movement.
Oh,
It just goes up.
absolutely.
Yeah. It'll never win, right?
No.
A lot of people, the way they teach vibrato is they simply say it'll come in and it'll feel easy. It's when singing is easy that it comes in. Nah, that's wishful thinking. But it's not totally off base, right?
It's
So
when you're like relaxed and comfortable enough that
it's a
it's
prerequisite.
easy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a prerequisite, but you still have to have the control. But it is a prerequisite to have a lot of this tension stuff addressed. Or
Yeah.
you can do what a lot of people do and just get ridiculously strong.
Yeah.
Not ideal. You want both.
Yeah.
You want both. Because I was real strong and I hit a wall in my ability to sing. So you want to do
Really?
both. Oh, yeah. So that whimper that's your cricothyroid like strength builder. You do need that.
Okay.
But it doesn't matter how swole your cricothyroid muscles are, right? You can have like a walloping cricothyroid, which is jacked. Your jaw is going to be stronger for days. So, with that said, now that I've gotten you to forget, let's go back to the stretch and the chest and all that
Sure.
stuff, okay?
Yeah. Do you want me to sing?
Feel the stretch first. Let's slow it down.
Yeah.
Make sure your stomach is moving, okay?
Like, I'm breathing into my stomach?
That it can
Is that
move.
what you mean by stomach moving?
Yeah, let me show you.
Sure.
So even if I got everything moving, a little stiff today. So when I exhale, it's not from here. It's not that. Really low.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like scoops. Very, very tiny. Okay. In my case, like I'm so tight in my back today, just that, like practicing that scooping motion, is actually stretching out my back. So the problem, the problem with singing, like so the purpose of a warm up is not actually like warm up everything, though that does happen. It's really like, what are your problems today? Because the
Yeah,
body's just gonna
address
throw,
them.
the body's just gonna
Yeah.
throw shit at you. Yeah. So these like big stretches are really nice because you'll feel like, oh, that's happening right now, right? Especially these like large twisty motions. So like you don't have the kind of tension that I do where it's like I need to actually spend like an hour a day addressing it.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty tense.
Well, yeah, I'm wound up something tight. You're tense right now. When we first worked together, less of an issue. So for whatever reason, it came in, and that's okay. We're fixing it.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
So stretch in the jaw, and all that, and then start in the beginning of the tune.
Okay. Look at me. I may never pass for a perfect bride or a perfect daughter. Oh God, hold on.
What's up?
I could feel it. Something was off. I don't know. I
A little
don't know
bit
exactly what it was.
A little
but it
bit of
felt
chest tension.
Wrong.
So here,
Yeah.
go ahead and take a seat.
Sure.
Go ahead and put your hand on your chest right here.
Yeah.
How easy is it to move the chest whenever you breathe?
Easier now that I put my hand on my chest.
Yeah. Yeah. It goes to awareness, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead and
Yeah,
put the back of your hand on your lower back.
sure.
Both should move at the same time when we inhale.
Yeah.
Okay. You see how there's no vocal fry in your voice right now when you said yeah?
Yeah. Which there 90% of the time is, so
Yeah.
that's great.
Yeah. So this affects the speaking voice too. A lot of people, will come to me and like, I want to work on my speaking voice, not my singing voice. I'm like, it's going to look pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Same problems, right?
Yeah.
So let's do with just your hand on your chest and your lower back. Make sure they're moving. Okay.
Okay. Oh, jeez.
Can you make that a bit more gentle?
Sure.
Like that.
Too gentle.
No. It's so
No.
the problem with the tongue trill that can happen is that you can make it work by forcing enough air into it.
Right.
So like you can kind of challenge yourself a little bit to see how gentle you can make it. I'm going to help you out here. And from the chest to the trap, and you can kind of move your neck a little bit. That's going to help you. Yeah.
I don't know why it keeps stopping. Like, I keep losing it. Is it because I don't have enough air, or is it because yeah, why does it,
So,
what is the reasoning there?
did we work on audiating? Have you heard this concept from me yet?
Audiating. We may have, and I may have just forgot.
That's right.
What it
yeah.
means, but like we definitely worked on vowels and that sort of thing, and
So,
like the
yeah, here's what we're going to do. You're going to put your hands on your jaw right here.
mm-hmm.
In your head, sing the tune.
Okay.
If your jaw clenches, your tongue will also clench. In fact, try it. Try not clenching your tongue and clenching your jaw at the same time.
Not clenching your jaw. Oh, sorry.
Well, like not clenching your not stiffening up your tongue as your jaw clenches.
Right.
Just try to have them be independent. Spoiler: it's going to be like impossible.
You can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what audiating does,
Interesting.
what audiating does is you're going to like, because you sing, you practice.
Mm-hmm.
You have a physical association with singing. So as you in your mind sing, even if you're not making sound, it's possible, Katie. It's not very easy. So even as you sing in your mind, you'll go physically through the motions.
Right, and then your tongue stiffens and you stop.
Well, yes, but what I'm saying is that I'm trying to the tool that I'm trying to give you, because you came to me with a really important question. How do I practice better?
Mm-hmm.
Audiating is a tool. So it allows you to go through the physical motions that you're currently going through and make some observations more easily because you're not listening to anything.
Right.
So as you go through the tune, in your mind, notice what's happening with your jaw.
There's like definitely like a few notes that it like.
And that's where your tongue is stopping.
yeah, that it like reacts. The rest of the time it's just like chilling, and then the other times it just like I don't
What
know. I don't
vowels?
know how else to.
No, it's
Um,
you're spot on. Do you
yeah.
is there a pattern of the vowels where it's
Hold
happening?
on.
Mhm.
Like the O's and the aw sounds.
Okay. So those are the vowels that are challenging for you. For whatever reason,
Hmm.
you have an association
Which
of
I
those
think
vowels.
I remember from last time we had a trouble going from like ah to like aw.
So, oh
Like
yeah.
you made me do like meow because I couldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I've been practicing that.
Good. Good. So here's the thing. If we have these, like the pain in the ass is that it all kind of connects and it all kind of matters.
Yeah.
So to what degree your back tension matters on an O vowel is different from what it means on an E vowel, etc.
Yeah.
So, you know, so we kind of hyper focused last time because I wanted to work on vocal closure.
Right.
And to do that, I wanted to work on your vowels. Now, here's the problem is that chest tension and posture will affect your tongue, will affect your jaw, which will
Right.
affect your vowels.
Right.
So, let's do the breathing hand here and hand lower back, making sure that can move. And let's audiate through the tune. Just audiate. And see if that's stiffening.
I did notice that I like held my breath for a minute, which I don't know why I did that. And then I like started breathing again.
Yeah, it could be habit.
And my lower back stiffened like a little tiny bit once, but most of the time it was okay.
Mhm.
I think mostly it's just muscle tightness rather than like purposeful stiffening, at least during the audiation.
Yeah.
But like stop breathing for a second during part of it. I don't know why.
Yeah. So audiation is a marvelous tool.
Yeah,
It's really
it's
nice.
weird.
Yeah. So that's going to be like a big win for you when you're like, what's the problem? What's going on?
Yeah, and
Because
then you just go through it in your head, and you're like, okay, this is what.
yeah.
Okay.
All right. So let's do on the tune again.
Okay.
This time one change. Sorry, one change.
Yep.
Go ahead and put your hand on your traps here. And make sure that those are moving. In fact, let's audiate this first. I want to see if the jaw clenching has to do with your neck.
Moving.
I want you to,
Moving.
while you're audiating,
Right.
just see if this trap is moving as you inhale.
Okay.
If it's not, that's indicative that your jaw tension is coming from a posture issue.
Right.
So have
Right.
it-
Right. Oh, right. I was supposed to audiate. I forgot. Sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Something like a little bit, but not much.
Okay. So it seems like mostly then it's going to be habit. Which is a good, we problem solve. That's how we do it, right? So
Yeah.
let's then do on that.
Yeah. Okay. With my hands on my trap or chest, or does it matter?
I'm trying to think of what would be useful. Let's do it to where. Let's do it with. Don't worry about your hands.
Okay.
Let's just focus on the tongue. Okay. I have a trick for you. I have a trick for you, okay?
Yeah.
Let's stand.
Okay.
Place your hands on the bottom of the stomach, kind of like below the belly button.
Yeah.
As you exhale, it's really only that should move, because you got to contract something, right? Something's got to move.
Yeah.
That should be it.
Am I? Yeah, I probably just don't have the breath support.
Don't sell yourself short. It's more that I want you to, as you do I want you to make sure that this isn't contracting.
Right.
It's all this, because I think this is tightening up a little bit, but I don't know.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's give it a shot.
Yeah, it was definitely tightening. Okay. So I want to
You want me to show you the muscle?
yeah,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah. This one's cool.
Yeah.
So this is a very common thing, and I have this habit. It creeps in every now and then. This is how tiny this thing is. That's the muscle.
No way.
Yeah. So the reason why we use this one is it gives us the most control. And obviously it's mirrored on the other side, right?
Yeah. This is like your coughing muscle, right? The one that you use when you cough. It contracts when you cough.
No, actually.
Like that one. No?
No. This is a weird, more accurately, like when you hurl, this one starts first. This one starts first, and then the transverse gets involved. But we don't want the transverse abdominis. The transverse abdominis is
right.
like this is the obliques. So it's the oblique, and then rectus, which I think you're contracting. And this is the transverse.
It's definitely contracting core muscles. Yeah, it's difficult because I feel like I need to support it, but that's clearly the tiniest muscle ever. I don't
Yeah.
I don't know how to isolate it though. It's so tiny.
So that's what the hand is for.
Right.
So remember how tiny the vocal folds are, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of ways to get a lot of sound. More air is one of them, but it's the least efficient way.
Right.
So by working on vowels and some other tricks as well, we can have a lot richer, deeper tone.
Right.
What can often frustrate a lot of people is when you're singing without like laryngeal tilt, or without like what's called false fold retraction, or without like vowels that are nice.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of sounds like, sorry to be crass, but like a little flaccid. Look at me.
Yeah, no, it sounds like
yeah,
airy and hollow, like not nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's the change here. So I'm going to sing like Because they told me I can't behold thee till wedding music starts playing. I don't like that sound either. So let me relax my chest and choose some different vowels. Same breath. Because they told me I can't behold thee till wedding music starts playing. All right, well, I cheated a little vibrato there, but I'm going to retract my false folds. Because they told me I can't behold thee till wedding music starts playing. Now I'm going to add tilt. Because they told me I can't behold thee till wedding music starts playing. And just a little bit.
Just an upgrade every time. That's crazy.
I mean, these are the things that I've built up over years to get a darker and darker tone. But yeah, it's people want a bigger sound, and so they put a lot of air behind it. But then all the things that give us a real nice sound, they hate air. Good luck retracting the false folds with excess breath. You can't do it. They'll come right in. It's the Bernoulli effect. It's physics. I hate physics. I wish I could defy it. Unfortunately, it's here, and it's here to stay. So the vowel stuff we were doing, that's how you're going to get good sound.
Right.
And then there are other tools, like the laryngeal tilt. And then there are even more tools, like retracting the false folds. I did a breakdown of Marco Meatball's Alicia. There's even more tricks. If you divot the front, just the very front of your tongue, everything else stays forward. So let me do that again. Let me choose a different song. I'll do everything that I added. Oh, it's often used many words to say a simple thing. My tongue is by default like pretty forward. Marco does this thing that I thought was really cool. I haven't really seen it before. I'm sure I have. I never maybe put two and two together. But so same thing with the tongue, but just in the front, just the slightest divot.
That's so fascinating.
Yeah. Where's it? Oh, it's often used many words to say a simple thing. It's like, whoa.
Does that work with women too?
Yeah, physics. It's just acoustics. So there's so many things you can do. But the second your breath is fakakta, it all goes away. Because that strictly front divot thing, if my tongue is going back because of too much air, which can happen, I don't have control over it anymore.
Right.
So, tiny muscle. And it'll sound flaccid at first, but you're working on the things that'll give it sound.
Right.
So go ahead and with just that.
Okay. Okay, hold on.
It is a little weird. Yeah. Got a little bit of chest tension, okay? Check in at chest. But that's nice.
I lost it.
It's all right. You're getting it, though. That's quality flatulence, I'll have you know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bow. You can't see
it, though. Because like I'm sick of my dog giving me his lack of quality of flatulence. I'll have you know.
Tell him to, fart on key. Jeez.
Or just, not near me. But yeah.
You need a quote bot. Quality flatulence 2026.
Yeah. Luckily I remember much of the memes that I do, but I could use a quote bot. That would probably help. Yeah, strike in.
Okay.
Lower back. Ooh, you see what happened there? Ooh,
Yeah.
saucy, saucy. But there's your resonance though, right? There's that depth of sound. Simple, easy breath.
Yeah.
It's so easy to be loud when you got everything going for you.
Yeah. I think that I was pushing to try and hit the high notes a little bit for sure. When
Yeah.
I was using the root of my tongue to tilt to what I thought was tilting my thyroid cartilage. So that was
There's a
definitely
reason.
a mistake that I was making.
So I would agree with that, but in the interest of education and fairness, there is a school of thought. I don't like this school of thought, but it exists. There are people who teach if you shove your tongue like forcefully keep the larynx shoved down with your tongue and shove air through it, it does technically keep the vocal folds closed. I hate the sound, and there's no nuance or control in that tone quality. But there is a school of thought like that. I don't care for it. But if you are finding, success with that,
Work.
so by shoving the larynx down like that, you
Yeah.
can keep the vocal folds closed, and that way it can accept more breath pressure.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Nope,
No.
not my favorite. You get
I
you
was
don't
not
have
finding
any.
success. I was not.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it wasn't ideal. Shove the larynx.
Someone tried to teach me that, and I was like, I never went back.
Yeah.
I was like,
no.
they were like, that's a good sound. I'm like, this feels like garbage.
Yeah.
It's so effortful. I hate it. But just so you know, there are people who teach that. Anyway,
Yeah.
now that I made you forget.
Okay. Okay.
Chest tension a little bit, just on the top. Right, this muscle. Right. All right.
Almost.
Well,
No,
so,
wait though.
but better. See what it sounds like. Just sing it with that same thing in
Yeah.
mind.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and just make sure you don't hold your breath.
Look at me. I may never pass for a perfect bride or a perfect daughter.
Hold
Can
on.
it be?
Real quick. Armpits.
Armpits?
Yeah, make sure you can breathe
what
into
you
your.
said?
I did. I'll show you why. Make sure your armpit can move
That
when
threw
you
me
breathe.
off so much.
That was partly the plan, although I didn't expect it to do that much. But make sure it can move as you breathe. I'll show
Okay,
you.
my armpits move.
Do they?
No, I'm like, yeah, that's what you want me to do, right?
As you inhale, the muscles around your armpits should move. Yeah.
No, they were not.
Yeah, I know they weren't. That's why I said it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't ask me how I hear armpit stiffness.
I don't
I
know.
don't think anyone wants to know. Let me show you, though. Jokes aside,
Yeah.
look at all these muscles. Right? Look at how many insertions there are here.
Yeah.
So it's actually quite significant. Jokes aside, this was why your jaw was tight just now in the last pass.
Really?
Yeah. Because here's the thing: if my serratus is tight, and this is actually my biggest problem. This is why I know it. See what that does?
Yeah.
That's not even the lat. The lat would be that. Right? That's the serratus.
That's crazy.
So once that starts happening, you know. Yeah.
Oh.
So,
Okay.
Yeah. So go ahead and
Breathe
make-
into my armpits.
make sure your armpits can move. Yeah.
Okay. 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 I'm just gonna continue where I'm at.
Mhm.
I'm not meant to play this part. Now I see that if I were to truly be myself, I would break my family's heart.
Ooh. Let's go.
Who is that girl? This is where I was like trying to push
Mhm.
myself into the higher notes.
But
But I'm
all of these
not-
problems, all the problems in the high, are the same problems that exist in the low. Right?
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know if I felt like I went straight into head voice with no resonance. Like that sounded so bad to me. I had to stop myself.
So it's like we got a lot of progress last time because
Yes.
we focused basically exclusive on
fully
vowel
on
sounds
the tilting, yeah,
and just vowels, and that matters a lot.
yeah.
But this sort of a thing, let's put this together. Go ahead and take a seat, and let's just simplify the shit out of this, and just go meow. All right, but let's put it together. Armpit, all that breath stuff, all this tension stuff. Okay. Meow. What's nice about this exercise too, as I'm sustaining, I can kind of check in.
Right. And see what's
Yeah.
causing the tension or what
Or if when
something's a
something's
little
stiff.
off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I definitely had to adjust in the middle there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're good catching it.
Yeah.
So make sure
Do
your
you want me
arm.
to keep
Yeah.
doing that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Check in with your armpits, your chest, your lower back,
Mhm.
how you breathing, all this shit we went over. Just on this. Can your exhale start a bit more gently?
Yeah.
Go
Yep.
for it. You feel how your E was easier because of that?
Yeah, I also had to do the armpit thing. Like, I noticed as soon as I was like, oh shit, then the sound like evened out.
Yeah.
So weird. Yeah, okay.
Keep going. That's a good sound. Let's have a layer of complexity to that. Yeah. But the trick here right, is to keep what's happening in the dog whimper when it's successful, when you find it. You can go ahead and bring that down, but keep it and do the vowel thing and the breath thing and all that crap.
Alright.
Yeah. Oh, how about that shit? That sounds like vibrato. You
I
hear,
ran out of breath though.
right. The vowel, so better vowel means more vocal closure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like as you get more resonance, you'll have more vocal closure. You can sustain notes for longer. Also, eventually,
Right.
right now it's hard, but eventually, actually, that tilt will give you longer sustainability because you'll stretch out the folds, and so you'll have even more vocal closure.
That makes sense. Yeah.
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 So this is what I mean by, like, it's nice when we know what the problem is so we can work on the problem instead of like trying to rely on a tune and banging our face against it and losing our minds. I'm not speaking from experience,
Yes.
and I'm not traumatized by that approach at all.
Yeah.
So go ahead and try again with the
Okay.
whimper. No.
Okay. Oh fuck! What was that?
That's quite a nice sound.
Did you want me to drop down the octaves though?
Go down, yeah, go down to, what was it? What was the start of the da da da?
Like,
I think it was da.
yeah.
Right?
Da-na-na.
All right, go. Whatever the starting note of it was.
Okay. Okay.
You should be able to maintain the tilt all the way down.
Okay.
It's tough. It's not easy.
I'm like having trouble. Like I don't know. I had no trouble before, but now that I'm thinking about
Yeah.
maintaining it, I'm
Well,
like,
let's do it the other way around. Start from the note and go into the dog whimper by sliding up.
okay.
Hmm?
Meow. Like
Yeah.
that?
Yeah. Here's the thing. Carrying
That
the
wasn't
weight.
exactly a whimper, but
But no, but
I think I got the tilt.
yes, you did.
Yeah.
Yes, you did. Yes.
I could hear it.
Yes. So the top down super gentle thing that we were doing before, often it is in classical training, like a lot of people take that approach with sopranos. And then what ends up
Yeah.
happening is that sopranos don't end up having a good bottom. Like their lows end
Yeah.
up kind of sucking.
Yeah.
But they can like do all this crazy shit on the top, they don't have low notes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of gender roles in opera. For tenors, basically the aesthetic for a tenor is all like bottom up. It's a little weird. It's why so many people struggle to do it.
Yeah.
So it's all like maximum efficiency, maximum power, maximum, like just so I can get the hell up there. But I like the sound, so I don't care. Even though it's challenging,
Yeah.
and I would have more range if I didn't do that. But
Yeah.
regardless. Yeah. So try it again.
Okay. Meow. I don't know what that. I had like something in my throat. Hold on.
Yeah.
Meow.
Slide. Really slide up and down.
Slide?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Meow. Oh, hold on.
Hold on. No. Let me point this out. You gotta have a good vowel. All that shit.
Right.
So this is the thing, because we gotta end. But this is the takeaway, right? A lot of this. Right? So this meow thing and the breathing and all that and the jaw tension, all that crazy shit,
Mm-hmm.
get that on lock. As simple as it is.
Yeah.
the problems you have in your highs are showing up in your lows. Just work on the lows. You can
Yeah.
practice longer that way anyway.
Absolutely.
It's more permanent.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Then when you start to figure it out, and it's making sense, slide up and find the whimper and then
Right.
slide back down. Just that,
Right.
all right? And you know, all of the yeah. Yeah, you're starting to find it. Ooh vowel tends to be really nice for someone
To
with your
go
range.
high on, or just in general?
In general,
I can hear the resonance on it. It sounds nice. Yeah.
yeah, you want all your vowels to feel that good. All of them. They can.
That's hard. I don't.
And it's
I don't know
not.
how to-
It's
You
not.
just have to like do micro adjustments till you get there.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
You just got to play with it. Once you find a nice vowel, because here's the thing, vowels, it's all like the tongue and the soft palate. That's all you have to change. So if I go, oh, my ah was better than my e. Let's go with the ah. I can do this better. Let me adjust my chest tension, right? Oh, now this part of the chest. I found armpit tension. I have neck tension. Right?
You didn't even move. Like you barely moved your mouth there.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this exercise
Very
is
micro adjustments.
it's very subtle. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So once you find a good vowel, you're like, oh, that's nice. That's where let's start with that and play from that.
Yeah, practice on that. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So basically, spend longer on each vowel, wiggling around on it until I find something that sounds nice, and then stay on that until I find the next, good vowel on, like, say I'm working on like the ah vowel, like wiggle around on it until I find what sounds good with the ah vowel, and then do the same with the like ah vowel, and then the same with the e vowel and the o vowel, like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so that and tension, because like it'll affect, you know what I mean?
It's all.
So-
It seems all tension. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got to get better at checking with my body. I'm
Preach.
I have ADHD, so I'm really bad at that. Like I forget to.
Let me tell you what helps though, because I have ADHD too. And like the only way I can pay attention to something is to have a lot of different things to pay attention to because I get bored, right?
Yeah.
So like all this like little shit with, okay, well this must, like for
Yeah.
people like us, that overwhelms a lot of neurotypical person, but for people like us, it's like, all right, well that's fine. What now? Well, now we have all these things that's why I'm giving you quite a bit.
Yeah.
So anytime your attention wanders, check in with a new part of the body.
Yeah.
Okay? Play with the vowel. Getting bored with this? Okay, go,
Yeah.
And so this should be what you practice. Don't worry about a tune.
Yeah.
Because when you have this down, then it's just every phrase, just sing it without consonants. No. Look at me, will I ever the past for a perfect bride or perfect daughter. Our daughter. Right?
That's
Like
a
I do.
fascinating exercise to just sing it without consonants
I love it.
until it sounds like nice.
Yeah. And it's a derivative of
I
the
love that. Yeah.
nice and simple. Singing is not
Yeah.
complicated, it's just hard.
Yeah.
There's actually not much to do. That's the
Yeah.
problem. There's actually not much to do. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I gotta go.
Yeah,
Good job.
that's fine. You've given me lots to work on. I booked for next week because I honestly felt like this was a little bit too long. 2 weeks was a little bit too long between, and
Agreed.
I got a little bit off track.
Agreed. Heads up.
So I booked for next Monday.
Yeah, okay. Just I'm gonna announce this on stream. May 4th. I'm busy. I actually have a life thing I gotta take care of. So
I'm
but-
pretty sure.
I think it's a Wednesday, but just heads up for anybody who's on May 4th. I have to cancel everything
Friday,
May 4th.
Saturday, I think May 4th is the Monday, so I
Ah.
will reschedule then. That's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, my
No
bad.
worries. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
hmm
All right.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you for all the exercises. I will work hard.
Go
Thank
Brinos.
you.
All right. Have a good one.
All right. Yeah. Bye.
May 4th is Monday. All right. Oh. Oh man, I'm tired. Oh boy. I'm gonna call it. Let me oh good. Schuster did all the things. Yeah. I saw y'all talking about the interview with Riku. And I'm glad you guys liked it. Because I did a lot of thinking for him. Yeah. Like I've prepared, I've had the most time to think about in order. Obviously, Mouse a little bit, but Mouse hasn't been top of mind for me. Then, of course, Daryl. Then Riku. Then Baji. And Riku and I have chatted back and forth. And yeah, Riku was interesting in advance because the versatility of his work, I was like, what is this guy about? Like, I was just naturally very curious. So I've done a lot of thinking and reading and watching. And like I said, very, very uncommon that I'll listen to music in my spare time. Anybody's music. Doesn't matter who it is. Yeah. Like Riku, Daryl, and Baji are the people whose music I listen to in my spare time in preparage and stuff like that. It is very hard to pin down what he does. But also, every artist has a foundation, right? And so it was like, what's the foundation? What's the guiding principle? Because if you don't have that, you actually don't have a lot of power in your artistic expression. So there's like, okay, there's all of this versatility. What's the guiding principle that drives the potency behind the music? Because there are very strong decisions being made. Yes, just a guy. Yeah, a lot of parallels in the worldview, which is another thing why I was particularly interested in meeting Riku. And I've had so much time to think about it because, initially it was like Music Box of Fate. He's talked about that, and it's an important piece. But like, I don't want to do a thing where I interview an artist and I'm like, let's talk about the one thing you did, the one thing you're known for. I don't think it's very respectful because, like, you know, an artist has depth. And I had my own curious questions about Music Box of Fate, and starting the interview off with that is good for people who are watching, and kind of like going back to that as like uh, an anchor point is good for like retention and stuff like that. But I really wanted him to be able to talk about him. So I had to think about that a lot in prep. So that was actually I felt that that was one of the better interviews I've done. Um, yeah, someone like Riku is incredibly thoughtful. Um, and also, I'm going to be honest with you, talking to Baji, I'm used to like shooting the shit and being tired and, you know, getting by with just like social skills that I picked up at Trader Joe's. Yeah, yeah. No, I vibe really well with Riku. And I've known that just from our DM exchanges that we have a lot of similar stances on things. I didn't know he had a master's. So like I wasn't afraid of the conversation going well, but like one of the things that I wish I don't know. I like the Daryl interview. I've watched it a few times. Um and definitely the Baji interviews were a lot of fun. We just had a good time talking. Uh it's a lot of fun. But with Riku, and this is possibly because he's British as well, very, very thoughtful, very cerebral in a lot of ways. Not all. And he's not like a cold dude or anything like that. Very thoughtful. So, and I think I'd stopped doing that because of all the shouting and all the memery and tomfoolery, and that's fun and everything like that. Um, but I had the impression like it was starting to kind of like honestly like piss Baji off a little bit. Not that she said anything, and that's totally projection. But it's just like when you have an artist who is that thoughtful, and Baji is as thoughtful as Riku actually. Even if it's a different approach and different verbiage and stuff like that. It's like, oh yeah, that's right. I can be. Oh, thank you for the raid, Rosa. Much appreciate that. Um, but yeah, it's a different kind of code shifting, and it's also like, what made Riku require more prep. I had more time. It wasn't that Riku required more prep. So I had more time to prep, so I think it went better. Also just from talking to him in DMs as much as I had, it's not like we talk ad nauseum, but every exchange, very thoughtful. And at first, I misread it at first. I thought maybe he's uncomfortable. I'm new here. I'm a pretty emotional dude. No, he's just a thoughtful dude. So it's like he's just pensive. Well, I'm gonna end in a bit, Ninja guy, but I wanted to summarize my thoughts on this. Because it's good for me to think about like why did that go well? Because I think that went really well. There were a few times I probably should have let him cook a bit more. But I think it went really well. It felt really good. It felt about as good as the Baji interviews, which are have been my favorites so far. Baji and I can shoot the shit and have fun and go from depth to ridiculousness and all that stuff. I wanted to get a few chuckles out of him, but like he just seems like kind of like an intense dude too, which I relate. I am very intense. So there was just I don't know. It was interesting. It's hard to pin down because it was so like We were just kind of like following each other. I'll have to watch it and think about what I did that went well. But like the meme, the heavy emphasis on memes and stuff like that, I'm definitely not getting rid of that. It's a good time. But I have to remember I'm more than just that, and to not make apologies for it. And not to try to be like, not everything. I think people will watch me even if I'm not yelling and shouting all the time. I guess is more the thing. Yeah, we've thought a lot about the same things, and we have similar backgrounds. In a lot of different ways, so it was easy to touch base. Well, so Dovos, I like to approach every interview like that. I like it to be a conversation. That's why, like, folks are like, you should prepare questions. I think rather than prepare questions, it's like, what am I curious about? That's, I think, the better thing. Like, what about this person makes me curious about them? And that can be questions, but like the more I thought about Riku, the more it's like, how do I explain Riku? What stops me from explaining Riku? And I was like, that's quite a lot of things. There's a lot of things that he does that are really interesting, a lot of depth to them. Like, why can't I pin this person down? And that's true of like so many of the artists that I respect in this space. It's really hard to pin them down. Like Daryl does classical music, sure. But she'll put a fucking electric guitar, an electric bass, and drum kit with an orchestra. Okay. And now since that interview, it's like I'm more curious about the metal influences, I'm more curious about a lot of things. Yeah, Almanacs, but it doesn't do well. The lessons do well on stream because y'all are incredible, but like they suck at the other parts of the funnel. A stream is like a bottom of funnel. Everyone here who watches the stream is interested in me in a deep way, which is why I love live streaming, is because I can get deep with y'all. But I have to also think about like the yelling bits are good for like shorts. Of course those do well on YouTube Shorts, right? Of fucking course they do well. Yeah, I got deep with them. Those are theater? Yeah. But it's entertainment. Yeah. Well, that's why I try to make sure that whenever I freak out and whenever I do a bit, that it comes from someplace deeper and that I can connect the two. Like good comedy is not vapid. Good comedy can be an extension of something thoughtful. So I think I had good comedic moments with Riku, and yeah, he's very introspective. I appreciate the hydrate thing. I'm gonna end it just because I'm so tired. I got a lot to do tomorrow. So let's find someone to raid. Yeah, and with Carl, also that crash out on the Music Box of Fate thing stems from a very deep appreciation for what orchestral choir music should sound like and how much justice it was done. When I catch your stream, when can I catch your stream? Anytime I'm not in a lesson. Tomorrow, who to DM me, and I'll tell you my stream schedule. I have to. ERB is doing just chatting. Let's do ERB. Um, yeah. It's not about 100% of the time. It's like, how do I connect the dots for people? Kind of like what we were talking about. Maybe this is why it was so easy to talk to Riku. Is I've been thinking a tremendous amount about how I can better focus my versatility as an entertainer, an educator, an artist. How do I focus that? So I think I've been thinking a lot about that for me too. That's why the interview went well. But yeah, reach out, Huda. I'm just a little tired today and I haven't figured out entirely my schedule. And I'll let you know, and we'll talk about it. Yeah, Riku is an entertainer as well, very clearly. So it made it easy. I could do a better job than I did with Daryl the first time around, I think. Anyway, let me find someone to raid and on YouTube. Actually, no, screw it. No one does YouTube raids. Yeah. See everybody.